In a world of remakes and remasters,
Are we playing your
what was once sacred and cool has now soured and become lame.
Red?
Gone are the days of Pogs and Cowabunga. Now is the reign of slurp juice and dabs. Kids these days don't even know how bad they've got it. Now it's up to the best generation to rise to the occasion and make a show that dares to go where a lot of other nerdy shows have already gone quite a bit. That's right. They're going to talk about it a lot.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the show. This is Best Gen, where nerds complain about nerdy things. It's called Best Gen because we all happen to be from the same gen, and we think that it's the best. Not because we as people are better than you, but because our entertainment was. So prepare to sit back in your easy chairs and wax nostalgic as we reminisce upon the days of yore and complain about the utter sludge pipe of filth that Hollywood is spewing out today. How's everybody doing?
Doing well.
Doing great.
You decided not to stick with my and complain about the days of Vor, huh?
No, it's a bad rhyme.
That's why I love it.
That was a great intro, though. Were those Pogs?
Yes.
Yes, they were.
Yes.
Nice.
Yes, they were Pogs. And my
Yeah, that
favorite
was
computer game of all time, Nox, which no one has heard of.
Yeah, it's one of the lesser known Lucasfilm point.
I will die.
games.
I will die on this hill. Nox is better than Diablo 2. It's not as well known, but if you actually play it, it is a better game. Okay? I've already lost my guests.
I'm gonna say, you know what? Everyone can throw their spears. A buddy got me into playing D2R with a few of them, and I don't think it's that great, to be honest. Just kidding. You guys can hate if you want. It's running around spam clicking. It's like a mobile game before they had mobile games.
Yeah. See, I don't think Diablo's a bad game. Okay, but just play Nox and tell me it's not better.
I'll take your word for it.
It's good.
You're not selling it well by comparing it to Diablo 2, though. That's all I'm saying.
But that's like the classic dungeon crawler that everyone grew up on, and I didn't.
I don't know. Like Neverwinter Nights was back in the day. Baldur's Gate.
Baldur's Gate, yeah.
Like there were some good dungeon crawlers, and then
Yeah.
you have Diablo as the series, which like the story in Diablo is fine, but the gameplay, like I said, it's like mobile gameplay now. In fact, I don't know why they haven't released it as a mobile game. It would probably
They tried
sell
to, and
like
they got skewered.
There was well, I think they did release it, but there was basically a riot.
Was it Diablo
It
Immortal?
wasn't quite a riot, but it got about as close to a riot as you can get at a video game convention.
did they change the game? Because I'm telling you, if you just made it where you could just drag your finger around and just tap like this, I mean, like it would give people carpal tunnel and arthritis, but like it's the same gameplay.
No, it was even worse. They took a shitty Chinese mobile game, reskinned it, and built it as Diablo Immortal.
Oh gosh.
Okay, yeah, I can see that.
And Corwin is not
Or
here to
adaptations.
defend. Our resident Diablo sympathist is not here to defend his game. So he's a cop, so he comes when he's not scheduled. Well, I've yet to introduce our guests. We've got some wonderful guests today who I'm very excited to talk to. Visiting from their channel, The White Cloaks, we've got Pips, our resident gelding, or Pips isn't a gelding, right? I get it confused.
Not a bloody gelding.
Not a gelding. Okay. It was a 50-50 shot, and I got it wrong.
My Pips adaptation is as accurate as the show. The one detail we know about Pips is wrong.
I was going to say, you don't want him to pull a Gavin Newsom just to prove it, do you?
No, I'm good.
I think an Anthony Tubin is that the other one we could do here?
No, it's okay. It's okay.
Everyone take a break on the stream.
They already did that on Friday Night Tights. We don't need that here.
That's what I'm sorry, Gavin McGinnis, not Gavin Newsom. That's what I was trying to reference.
A little different.
Now that makes more sense. I was like, I mean, yeah, okay.
I've had a few.
We got there with the Jeffrey Tubin.
We went politics.
Anyway, so
quick.
Pips is from the White Cloaks channel and Discord and the long defunct Reddit or subreddit. Pips is a horse from the Wheel of Time, if you're uninitiated, and Alex Green, who are also from the channel. I'm super excited to talk to you guys. I'm not even going to introduce our regular guests because everyone knows who they are.
Yeah, we're not important.
Some of them aren't even here yet because we started an hour early.
Yeah, Mark's thrown off by it too in the chat. Our channel.
Oh
member.
yeah.
It's not 7.
It's not a 7. We're trying to accommodate our guests who live on the Eastern Coast, kind of.
Or more Eastern
It's
than
my
you.
fault. It's my fault. Sorry, guys.
It's okay. We'll still go.
You can blame me.
Look,
We actually have the entire all of the time zones represented here.
don't worry, Mark. We'll still go till 11 o'clock. Okay.
I would not be surprised somehow.
Your normally scheduled end time still applies.
So White Cloaks. I'm super excited to talk to you guys because I've been talking about as much as I knew about the nefarious business practices of Amazon in shutting down the White Cloaks subreddit. But all my information is secondhand because I didn't know that you guys were still alive. Because Amazon was successful in shutting you guys out, removing you from the conversation. I thought they won until I did a little bit of digging after that horrible season 2 announcement. What was it? It was
the Jordan Con video that you did.
Yeah,
which,
the Jordan Con video. It was so
Not
professionally.
The Jordan Con, yours.
Oh yeah. Theirs was so professionally made. It was incredible.
I think actually we have a more convincing kind of Zoom chat sort of live going right now than they did. Theirs was a few of those people looked like they were making.
I just can't believe it was a pre-produced video. Like a Zoom call makes sense if you're on set and you can't make it to the conference and you're zooming in to answer questions live. But they pre-produced a video and couldn't even get their actors to show up on camera. That I don't know if you know this about actors. That's their job.
Well, it's even better than that. I think some of those, if you look closely, you can see the muzzle of the gun out of the corner of the thing. Like literally, some of those people, that was their hostage video. Like count the blinks. They were telling you, "Help, help! I'm in distress."
Well, and even between the Zoom videos, they weren't even consistent. Like some of them were different aspect ratios, and like you could tell that like the ones at the end they just had a Zoom call and recorded it, and then others they zoomed the actor and like recorded them separately. It was just like it was so bizarre, just the lack of quality and like just utter disregard for what they were doing.
I mean, we all saw season 1. Like, would you expect anything different? Like, it was actually fairly high production quality from what we've seen from those showrunners. Like, honestly, above average, I think, for season 1. Like, I don't know where that would be in the episode breakdown, but like top half.
So, in addition, if you were not at JordanCon, you didn't catch just how ridiculous this was. One of the women that was hosting it even said, "Oh yeah, no, Amazon only sent this to us like 3 hours ago."
So,
wow.
So we should probably.
So it was last minute too.
Yeah, we should probably preface this for your audience. Alex Green was there.
Oh please.
So you have to. We're talking about JordanCon, Alex. You I got to lay it down for us because.
I saw the pictures, and it was
allegedly, Alex might have he might have gotten some revenge.
Okay, let's hear it.
Pips is being a little bit of a jokester, but no, yes, I was there, and
take an upper decker on Rafe Judkins' trailer.
No.
Oh no! Wait, no, he didn't. Rafe Judkins didn't bother to show up.
He wasn't there.
No, it was, but it was a fascinating time because so much of the, the fan base that liked the show showed up, and it was great because you'd ask them like 2 or 3 questions, and by the third question they'd be like, "Look, yes, it was shit, but we want to like it, so." We're not going to say that it was shit.
Oh, that's sad.
By the way, you've met me, but just not Wheel of Time version. That's me with Star Wars going on right now. So, just so you know, coming into this conversation, that's where I dwell most of the time.
Bearded is our resident Star Wars apologist, and he knows it's bad, but he likes it anyway.
Yep.
I'm unwilling to not like it.
I can say that about women. I don't think I've ever done anything else where I knew it was bad for me and kept going back to it.
Taco Bell?
That's true. Okay.
That's why I went to junk food. I was like, it's okay to eat junk food. Like all of us do it.
As long as you know that it's bad.
Right.
Yeah. Like don't try and recruit children and be like, you should eat this. It's going to be good for you in your 30s.
Especially not from your van. That's going to cause problems.
That's never a good look, but for like different reasons,
Yeah.
Oh gosh, yeah, they really wanted that lady to hug a tree.
That was really weird.
That was so awkward. You saw a little bit. I just saw that little bit that you showed the other week, but man, that was weird.
It just comes out of nowhere too. It's not that they don't even like preface. Hey, here's a video that our actress made. It just starts playing, and you're like, "What is going on?"
That I think is even bigger than like what you were describing about the different like levels of Zoom, like whether it was zoomed recorded versus they recorded it on a Zoom and sent it to him or whatever. Was then you randomly also just cut to this lady who produced her own video thing?
I don't think that at all. I think if you notice, like she doesn't. Like her mouth doesn't move at any point. It's all dubbed over, right?
Yeah, she's narrating.
I am solidly convinced that was like a antidepressant commercial that she was in.
It was just like B-roll footage for something else she'd done.
Yes. Mm-hmm. Yeah, like that was telling you to like, try, I don't know, what Lipitor or whatever the hell it is called these days. Like I don't know, but
Mexa was talking last week about or that week.
Lipitor, it'll make you feel like you're flying on the fog.
Or no, it was Corwin that was saying like this is a Depends commercial. Like what's going on here?
I can't get over the shot where she was just planking on the bench too. Like I was like, just so what kind of acid fueled fest is
classic
this?
Antidepressant commercial though, right? Like
was.
She's just laying there in existential dread, and then you see her like she goes hugs a tree, and there's like a flower, and it's like, yeah, life can get better. Side effects may include
getting cast in the Wheel of Time.
Yeah, it honestly felt like they just went to all the actors and like, hey, we need a contribution. Can you like film you talking about your role or whatever? And she decides to make this little documentary art piece or whatever with like with the reuse footage, like you said, but it didn't fit. It's so weird.
But by far the most insulting part is that, well, besides Rafe Judkins' like smirk laugh, the it's a pre-produced video, and Ayula Smart can't even come up with one thing that she has in common with the character she's playing.
Yeah.
In fairness, I couldn't either, even especially having looked at her.
Hey, Alex, I had a question for you. I don't think I've asked you this yet. Were you there when they were actually watching that video?
Yes.
What was the room like?
Yeah.
During
what was the temperature?
The infomercial, right? Like while they're getting the talking faces from some of the cast members and stuff, like, okay, whatever, what's Land's favorite Trolloc or whatever, right? But when it turned over and just had that crazy tonal shift, like, what were people's reactions? Like, I gotta know.
So I was only partially in the main atrium. I was in sort of the exterior area, but I was
it full?
The main atrium had about 300 people in it. And so it was
ballroom at the Holiday Inn Express.
Actually, it wasn't 300, it was 150, and it was the Marriott. Okay, shut up. But no, so the main atrium, from what I could tell, because I got in there for the second half, it was kind of like the hardcore people. So they were kind of like sort of, what is this? Like, we're clapping seals. We'll clap for anything.
Or just looking for Easter eggs, looking for any morsels, right?
Yep. And then but the people sort of on the outside that didn't get into the main atrium, man, they had 2 TVs. There were like 8 people watching each one, and then just everybody else was going
I saw they were like playing the video like in the foyer.
Yes.
Just like on repeat.
Yeah. And there were about 8 people watching each TV, and there were way more people trying to hawk really bad fantasy books while it was going on.
Well,
nice.
So JordanCon used to be a bigger event, right? It used to be more popular.
I can't really say. I don't know. I'm not.
From what I've heard, it's like declined year after year.
I could see that.
You'd expect that,
Yeah, as you get further and further from the last release.
Yeah.
But I it seems they said they sold 1,200 tickets. Or not sold, had 1,200 signups. If there were more than 400 people in that hotel, for that convention, I'm highly skeptical of that number. So, I don't know, for what it's worth.
Wow.
But yeah, Shiriam hugged a tree. That was.
She sniffed it too. It was. It was a. Wasn't it at least 2 trees? I think we saw her go in for a second one, didn't we?
I don't know.
Who knows?
Did we come up with a theory as to what the fuck that was?
What? The tree?
Yeah.
You can tell it's a tree because of the way that it is.
Yeah, no. Did we come up with a theory as to what the hell she was doing? Like,
I think there was a nest that she was like observing. I can't say that word very well.
Last one you got was right.
Yeah, I was completely lost and just totally nonplussed by the entire thing. Like, watching it, I really was mostly just confused by what was happening.
Yeah, it was baffling, and on top of all of just the weird stuff, none of it was new information. Like, we've had this casting information for over a year.
Yes.
And the questions were all like nonsensical softballs. Like, what if your spirit animal was gay, what would it be? And just like, what does this have to do with Wheel of Time?
That was kind of our point when we did a live stream afterwards, was that like there was so little meat on the bone that it's like it felt like a convention for a show that's already been canceled, or like, doesn't even have a
Yeah.
TV show going, right? Like
Right.
it was just nothing.
It was super weird because he was talking about season 3, like, oh yeah, we're working on season 3 right now. It's like, you don't even have a trailer for season 2 yet. Like,
or
shut
a
up.
release date.
Yeah, it's like, what are you talking
I wanted someone
about?
to ask.
Thanks to
I
Winter
wanted
is coming,
someone to
we know
ask
it's
for
not
the
coming
Origins
next
videos.
month.
Yeah.
Oh, right, the Origins videos that they promised like a year ago,
like in October or something, right? Like everyone thought that it was going to be like New York Comic-Con or whatever, because they're like, oh, they're going to be released, and then they didn't, and New York Comic-Con was going to come out, and they're like, surely now they'll be released. It's like, oh man, the online like Twitter and Reddit community for this show is like a poster child for domestic abuse. Like,
oh yeah,
they
No,
are
I
like,
feel-
he can change.
getting on Twitter and the Wheel of Time on Twitter is it's embarrassing. It feels abusive to me. Like, there's a lot of people living in denial. We got a shout out. We got a wonderful $5 super chat from the Nerdporial Life Form, who says that no channel is more analytical than the White Cloaks. They and the Prophet and the Dragon got you reading the Wheel of Time and loving Robert Jordan. Yeah. For me, what actually put me over the edge, because I've talked about how I used to just stare at the books endlessly into the void at my cousin's house. It was actually Daniel Green's YouTube channel that like reminded me, oh yeah, I should start reading those books. And it was very disheartening to hear him eventually reveal that he was contractually obligated to not say anything bad about the show.
I mean, it disheartening, yeah, but like the most predictable reveal of all time. Like,
right?
Talk
The
about
radio
another guy who
silence
looked
was
like he was
deafening.
making hostage videos. Like,
yeah. So thanks for those $5. That's awesome. We got a Lady Balefire in the chat. She's cool. I can't keep up with all these chat messages. You guys are really popular, so thanks for coming on the show. Anyway, the point of that story was I found you guys because of that video. I did some digging and found out you guys had a secret Discord channel. And I learned I asked around and found the secret password, and I was admitted into the White Cloaks. So I'm a member. I'm a member of you guys now.
Walk in the light, brother.
yeah.
Oh, it's been so refreshing to finally like be. It's so frustrating. Just the amount of censorship that happened. Because if you go on Twitter and you follow, the What on Prime hashtag, you might be convinced that the Wheel of Time is a good show. And so it was very refreshing to finally find like-minded individuals who are like, oh man, this show is bad.
Yep.
You might be convinced it's popular. I'm not sure that even they are able to convince people that it's good.
My review on Rotten Tomatoes and IMDb has still not been released. So
Nope.
Yeah, I've talked about they tried to do the same thing with Rings of Power.
Yes.
But the Rings of Power
Yeah.
fans were too numerous and too passionate, and they won. But unfortunately, the battle was lost. It was lost on the Wheel of Time, and I would love to get the behind the scenes, the real story of what happened to the White Cloaks subreddit.
Oh man, the behind the scenes. I mean,
who started the subreddit?
So first, I just want to say that, like, we are sort of using the mantle of White Cloaks. That was the Discord was started by the mods and some of the active users. So it was kind of like mod chat was what the Discord actually originally started as. And then once Reddit got shut down, a lot of people moved from there to the Discord. And so we had a few hundred members that were, fairly active. And at one point we decided that, hey, we're going to change the name of the Discord. We did a vote, and people decided that we were going to change it to the Band of the Red Hand. So that is what the Discord is. But
because they're the
well,
good guys.
originally it was a play on words, the BANNED of the Red Hand. We actually tried.
Gotcha.
We tried to make that as a new subreddit after White Cloaks, and they immediately banned
Yes,
the
I saw
band of
that.
the Red Hand. But so we used that name, but the White Cloaks YouTube channel was made by Alex, Dane, and I, who were just three of the members of the White Cloaks. Dane and I were both mods towards the end. But we are not White Cloaks. We are not r/White Cloaks. That was obviously a much wider community, which is strangely still growing. Like,
I've seen new people join the Discord every day.
Oh, I mean, like White Cloaks itself is up to 5.7 thousand.
On the Reddit,
the subreddit.
Yeah,
so the inactive subreddit.
Yes, has more members today than when they banned it. We were at about 5.2 or 5.3K when they dropped the hammer so that no one could post on it anymore. So we've gained a marginal 400 members since then. But that's still pretty impressive considering that no one can use the damn thing.
Yeah,
and the show's not even on the air.
Wow.
400 people subscribed to a dead corpse.
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah.
Which actually, as a percentage growth, I think we're still the fastest growing Wheel of Time subreddit.
That's hilarious.
Oh my god.
Yeah. So I mean, it sounds like you're more curious about though sort of the censorship aspect with Amazon.
Yeah.
Was it?
Well, I'm curious about it all.
So Pips, jump in here and correct me if anything. So basically, Amazon paid for and set up the Wheel of Time show subreddit.
Mm-hmm.
And at the same, they populated it with some very friendly mods who they also used for the two other big Wheel of Time Reddits. Pips, are we allowed to blast people? Are we allowed to out these mods?
So I just want to point out that Amazon's sponsorship of our WOT show, right, Wheel of Time show, is a hypothesis. I don't have the receipts.
Well, no. Okay, here's the thing. They have every show they release.
Yeah.
Yes.
So they do that. We also know that they hosted and they do a bunch of like private releases for that subreddit.
Yes.
So there is minimally a
pretty incestuous relationship for sure.
Yes.
Yeah.
So
and I think that's true between the major other subreddits as well. Like there's a lot of cross traffic. Like I think there are very few members of WOT show, for example, which is I think the smallest of the three like major Wheel of Time subreddits.
By far.
Probably very few of those people are not also members of the other two, right? So like there's a lot of but yeah.
Yep. So one of the big mods over at WOT Show was friends with a Reddit administrator. And when I say a Reddit administrator, I want you to in the chat, if you want to know who the moderators are, you can read it.
Thanks, Dane Bornhold. You should get on video.
But the Reddit administrator is like exactly what you imagine a Reddit administrator to be, like a literal cat piss soaked obese single lady who does nothing but ruin things for everybody. And this is all factual. We have her Reddit posts detailing the exact pathetic examples of her life. She was also the administrator who got caught cheating when everybody was doing the game where you change.
Place.
Yes, where you the Reddit wide game.
The pixel drawing thing.
Yep.
Yeah, remember there was some like cat meme that people were trying to put on there that was related to 4chan or something like that. And there was a video that came out of a Reddit admin going through and like changing all the pixels, like following up and changing it.
Yeah. So we're talking about the pettiest bitch imaginable.
Right.
And so
cheating on something that literally does not matter in any way.
Yes. When it comes to, petty abuse of power, 11 of 10. And so basically they made the first thing that they did was they did a lot of poisoning of the well where they said any criticism of the casting or really anything is because of racism. And you can even see it right now if you go onto their forum that they basically will not. They'll basically ban you for anything, and they're very active about sort of using the diversity shield.
But they never explain how it's racist, though. I mean, there's comments on my latest video saying, "Oh, I agree with you on all these points, but I don't like the casual racism." And I'm like, explain to me how it's racist to want a character to be book accurate. They never can. They can never respond.
You're confusing the sort of like litigious society that you're a member of here, right? You're part of the sort of like British Star Courts. You are not part of the like post Bill of Rights, innocent till proven guilty. It is incumbent upon you to prove that you are not a racist.
And yeah, right. I have to be actively anti-racist. Got it.
Yes,
Correct.
exactly.
So basically what ended up happening is anytime somebody would post something like even the most innocuously negative comment about the show on basically either of the two big Reddits, but especially the Wheel of Time show, they would immediately get banned.
But I mean, how was the criticism of season 1 racism?
It wasn't.
I know. But how was that justified? Like, I get with like the Eula Smart casting, you can call me racist for not liking that. I guess so. With like Hickman's Field 5, some of them are slightly tan.
So that's actually, I think, the starting point, right? So if you remember, and I think actually White Cloaks, the subreddit, did start around this time period where, yeah, the only thing that we had really released was some of the initial casting stuff. It was, before the first trailers and things like that, right? And there were people who were making that point that like, hey, this level of diversity is not book accurate for Emmons Field. And there's
because Rand is supposed to stick out like a sore thumb. Except everyone's different now, so he doesn't.
Yeah. So there's two ways to look at that sort of a criticism, right? There's the I'm criticizing that because I don't like in and of itself that thing, right? And then yeah, it's hard to articulate that that's not a racist perspective to have. Like, this is a diverse cast. I don't like diverse casts, but like that's not a thing that anybody actually really espouses. There's like fringe people, but like that's not the conversation we're having here. But the White Cloaks perspective was that this is a thing that is indicative of your motivation, right? Like your motivation in creating a thing manifests in the thing that you create. So if you show me a carefully curated aspect of your end result, I can infer some of your creative motivations and choices. And so it was always a criticism about the ideas and themes and intentions that they were trying to adapt into the show. But their argument was, well, you're only talking about the diversity not matching the books. And it's like, well, it's the only information I have. If you only give me one piece of information and it doesn't match the books, I'm allowed to point out how that doesn't match the books. Show me other things that do match, and then I'd give you credit for those things. Yep. So that's how it started out with those accusations, and it has carried forward.
Yeah, and it was actually very nefarious in that it was an active trap.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because we saw the same thing with Rings of Power, and we see it with Star Wars all the time, the diversity shield. Any accusation of a product is immediately racist. And it was so bad that they literally dropped it, and then within a week they had Daniel Green and a couple of the other big YouTubers literally start dropping YouTube videos saying realistically, it would make sense that we would have this racial diversity in the show.
I remember that video, yeah.
Yep. And so literally seeing with what we know now about Daniel Green's involvement in the advertising, we can now make a pretty clear indicative line that Amazon straight up paid these people to literally race bait controversy. And I mean, you see
it was smart. It honestly was really smart.
Well, it works for a while, And what we're seeing now with Star Wars and Rings of Power is that people don't buy it anymore.
Right. It's like
But
trying to
it,
keep.
it worked the
trying to
first time,
accuse,
right?
Yeah.
So
as
So
a
I think
clean race for not liking Moses Ingram but there were plenty of other black characters that we liked. We just don't like her.
Yeah. Yeah. And I think that would be my comment about the idea that it didn't work for Rings of Power because the Tolkien fan base was so large and like wasn't willing to take it, right? I think that a part of it is actually that Wheel of Prime came out first. It was the test bed for
that also
the
helped.
message product and the marketing product, right? And it's sort of one of those like, hey, fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice, shame on me, right? I think that there is a lot of fantasy fandom overlap. And in fact, when Rings of Power started coming out, they started trying to do some of the same stuff. And it was interesting. On our White Cloaks, we started getting people coming and posting Rings of Power and like Lord of the Rings memes and things like that on our channel because they were getting banned from the Lord of the Rings subreddits.
Yep.
So, I think that they had seen it happen once. And then on top of that, there's a lot more, we'll say kind of normies from the movies, right? Who are like, no, we like the Lord of the Rings. We've seen the Lord of the Rings. You can't give us, Lord of the Rings at home,
Yep. And
we have Lord of the Rings at home. That's a good meme.
And I will say it's both interesting that the Wheel of Time fan base is far more liberal than and
they are kind of progressive books. It's a
they're very progressive books.
Extremely.
It's funny though because a lot of people claim they're books about feminism, but I think they're a critique on feminism. Like it really doesn't. It's a critique on power and how power corrupts, and how it doesn't matter if the people in power are male or female. It's going to suck.
Yeah, the biggest theme of the book is gender complementarianism. Basically, the idea that if men together, bad, women together, bad, working together, good.
Yeah.
And it's synergy.
There are progressive themes, but like overall, like it's a pretty based message. That hey, men and women are inherently different, and you need both to win the fight against evil.
I feel like applying the term based to Robert Jordan is a little bit strange because of like the time that Robert Jordan is writing, the time that term is sort of applicable. But to the extent that based is just saying accurate and true things publicly, Robert Jordan based the book. Sorry, I didn't mean to throw that out there on your channel. If you get demonetized, you can blame it on the White Cloaks. We've been blamed for worse.
Yep. But so from there, kind of the thing that they hated more than anything else was that White Cloaks kept growing. And it got so bad that at one point, not only were we beating the Wheel of Time show, we were beating the two major Wheel of Time subreddits that had subscriber bases that were 500 times bigger than ours in daily views, daily posts, that kind of thing. So it eventually it drove these people to absolute distraction. And what ended up happening is they then put a rule in place that anybody who posted on our White Cloaks was banned from the show Reddit,
even if they hadn't posted on those other Reddits.
Yes, if you had,
I assume that's what Trip here is talking about. That just belonging to the White Cloaks would get you banned on other subreddits.
You had to post in their subreddit, but it didn't matter what you posted.
That's insane.
I think that what we figured out that if you had a post on White Cloaks in your last 100 posts and you posted in their subreddit, the bot would ban you. But just to frame this for you guys, so our WOT, right, has 117,000 members, and 260 people are active right now on Reddit. White Cloaks, which is defunct and you can't post, has 5.7 thousand people and 7 active people on it right now. When we when we were active, with 2,000 people or like up to 5,000 people, routinely had more active people and more volume of new posts and comments per day
the memes
than
were endless.
than the way larger. Like, we were the people who were actually like talking about Wheel of Time. The other shows the other subreddits had turned themselves into such echo chambers that like nobody was even talking to them. Like, it was.
So what counts as an active user? Is that just someone looking at the page or someone commenting?
Yes.
Okay,
So
just
somebody
viewing the page.
So there are 6 other people other than myself currently walking into light, streaming and scrolling through the White Cloak subreddit, and
that hasn't
I've
been
seen it
active
as high as
in
like
over a year, right?
Yes, over a year. I've seen it as high as like 20 or 30, again, since it's been defunct. So, I mean, they hung our corpse out there, and I guess you could say maybe a part of it is a bunch of people who hate us who are going and admiring their sort of handiwork, but I think it's more people looking at the memes and probably giving us some new upvotes.
Yep.
Yeah.
So, but okay, so they basically they made that rule, and so it turned into, okay, fine, we'll have our discussion over here, you guys have your discussion over here, we'll just stay perfectly segregated, nothing is going to happen. But they couldn't even stomach that, because people would then, what would happen is people would post something completely innocuous, get banned, and then come over to ours, and it basically turned into what is the most egregious ban worthy thing you can get banned for. Like, hey, I really liked the show would get people banned. And they'd come over to us and just be like, wow, these people are absolutely tripping balls. And so then basically the attempts to kill it, the Reddit, by not letting you post elsewhere, basically didn't stop any of the momentum, because nobody liked their Reddit anyway.
Yeah.
So they then decided that we were guilty of brigading, as in we would all get together, decide we're going to go over to their Discord
And harass them.
post a bunch of negative things and harass them. To which we all went, wait, what? No, if we go over there, we get banned. We get one post and then we're done. So the idea that we're brigading is ridiculous.
It's physically impossible.
Yes, but then it got so, the problem that they also had was, as bad as the show was in episodes like 1 through 6, episodes 7 and 8 were so bad that even the people that like were defending the show had to be like, oh boy, this is a disaster. So then they had more negative comments on their subreddit. So they looked at it and did the classic Simpson Skinner meme. Is our show bad? No, it's the White Cloaks who are bigoted and evil and screwing with us. So they decided that basically we needed to go and get banned entirely, even though we weren't doing anything to them. And from there it just turned into a, like, I mean, Pips, once they said, you're guilty of brigading with no evidence because the admin is a piss-soaked junkie. What happened from there? I know they basically said, only mods had to approve every post.
So you're skipping like kind of a couple steps there. They started restricting the subreddit from using like core Reddit functions like cross-posting.
Yes.
So like we couldn't cross-post from one of the other subreddits and then have a conversation about the conversation that was happening there in our own subreddit.
You couldn't like take a screenshot of something dumb someone said and make fun of them in private.
No. Not even doing that. So that would be like getting around something like a basic function of Reddit is like it's a button you can cross post.
You can send it to the other subreddit.
Right? Yes. Okay. And so we were doing that. We were like, hey, I got banned in this conversation over here. Like they were talking about this. I said this totally innocuous comment. I got banned, but like here's the stupid stuff they're saying over there.
Right.
And then we'd make fun of them, and we'd have our own conversation. Right. That's a core Reddit capability and function. And they started saying that in and of itself was harassment for the other subreddits. We weren't just guilty of harassing individuals. We were guilty of harassing the mods and the communities of those other subreddits, which is a pretty high level of harassment. I mean, to be completely honest, like I feel like kind of a feather in our cap. Like we have to be the most efficient harassers that have maybe ever existed online. Like one White Cloaks post was harassing 117,000 members of our WOOD. So, I mean, bravo for us, I guess. But it got to the point where we got the attention of the admins, right? That were specifically one admin that was kind of, I guess, friends with or had some complaints from some of the moderators of the other communities. And so behind the scenes with our founder and some of the other mods, they started getting a back and forth about the problematic content and the breaches of Reddit rules and all this kind of stuff, right? And so engaged in actually a fairly good faith, attempts to comply with the rules. We established a lot more rules in the subreddit. We told people, hey, don't do cross posting. It's getting us in trouble. Like, don't post ban messages from the other communities. Like we get it. We're all getting banned from those other communities. Like it's happened a million times. Stop posting those. And we were taking them down internally because that was considered harassing the mods of the other communities. Was sharing the mod mail ban message was apparently breaking the rules. So we started doing the things that they were telling us, you can't do these things, right? But they started accusing us of, harboring, wrongthink. And to be fair, there were a couple people who posted on the White Cloak subreddit.
Yeah, I'm sure there were. Yeah.
Some of them we found out were 100% alts of people like Randa Treaties and others who would go in and like try and shitster. But there were one or two that legitimately posted some like fairly overtly racist stuff.
Yeah, of course. There's always going to be bad eggs. Yeah.
Yeah. Originally, we just downvoted those people's comments. And like, if you look at any of the old threads that those people participated in, they were mostly the hidden comment at the bottom with a bunch of downvotes and people saying like, dude, like, that's not the conversation we're having here. We're shit talking the scripts and the stuff that they're doing. Like, I don't care about the actor, right? Eventually, we did decide, hey, this person is sort of irredeemable. He's drawing too much attention for us. Like, we did ban this person. We, told people to kind of, hey, there are some rules here, right? We're talking about the show as an adaptation, whatever. So we tried to comply as much as we could while still being a free speech subreddit, right? And then our founder and the other kind of key moderator got banned from their own subreddit, which triggered an admin message basically saying that we don't have enough moderators for a subreddit of the number of members that we have. And so because we don't have enough moderators to do the mod function, they were going to have to close the subreddit. Mm-hmm. So we recruited a bunch more moderators, which is when Dane Bornhold and myself became moderators, as we were just previously pretty active users. And then it kind of went downhill very quickly, to the point where I think I might actually potentially hold a record as the shortest duration mod before getting banned by a Reddit admin, probably on the site's history. In that
they eventually assigned like an outside admin to like control the Reddit, right? Or the subreddit.
I mean, I suppose this admin took a very mod role for themselves. Right now, there's only one mod left, and he's the only person allowed to still post and does occasionally still post things. People can comment on posts, but to post an original top line sort of thing, he's the only one. But anyway, so I got made a mod, and basically in the mod mail channels, tried to have a conversation with the admin saying like, hey, I'm new to being a moderator. I see that you're saying that we have these posts that are not in compliance with Reddit's rules. I'm not seeing them. Could you just point me in the direction of the things that you're saying are problematic so I can go and take care of them? Like, I'm new to this, trying to figure out the tools and functionality of the like mod side of Reddit, right? And then literally, like, I typed that in, and then while I was typing a like, hey, thanks in advance for your cooperation, like I said, new to this, just trying to learn my way around it, I hit enter on that, and it wouldn't go through, and I thought that, like, you know, it was my connection or whatever. I had been banned. I had been removed as a mod and banned between those two mod mail comments to the admin.
Wow.
And within about 24 hours from there, the rest of the mods were all delisted as well, and the subreddit was locked down. So that's where it got to. That's the level of sort of like Orwellian kind of thought control, where, like, I mean, Alex, you can back me up here. I think that I tend to be a fairly kind of calm and reasonable person when when talking with people, and I think that I'm giving a fairly accurate account of the way that I said those comments to the admin, and that's what got me removed as a mod, and then kind of triggered the rest of the mods being removed as well. I think the person was like, I don't know, maybe he looked at it and was like, shoot, like, somebody reasonable is here. I need to shut this down now before before they start doing the
Before
thing
they
that we
fix
asked
the
them to
problems
do.
themselves.
And yeah. So that's how it ended. But yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah. So understand, if you are someone who is a fan of something Amazon is adapting, know that they will try and censor you. They will grossly abuse the rules of whatever site, forum, whatever you're working on. They will try and brand you a racist, and they won't feel bad about it. And they do the same thing for all of their properties. They did it for Rings of Prime, and they will continue to do it moving forward.
Yeah. Thank you for sharing the story. It's enlightening, and worse
Probably
than
more
I
detail
thought.
than you want.
No, it's wonderful. I think it's fascinating. It's just it's kind of unbelievable. You know, like, if you're just talking to a normie, you know, outside the fan base, and try and tell them that this kind of stuff went down, they were like, it sounds like a conspiracy theory. But it's hard to verify, right? It's like a he said, she said thing. So
we actually have
okay,
messages
yeah,
on our Discord.
But like, from a normie perspective, right? Without like doing the actual research, it's just like,
yes.
Oh, well, they're claiming this and they're claiming that, right? Yeah, no, I've looked through a lot of that stuff. It's crazy. I have a lot of back messages in the Discord to read through. But I'm really glad I found you guys, and I think this discussion has been incredibly interesting. I would say, like, the where Amazon, they overstepped when they tried to do it again to Rings of Power. Just their mistakes were more verifiable, in that, like with like the Superfans video that they came out with, it was immediately taken down because people were like, we have no idea who these super fans are. They're just paid actors. And then, did you see afterwards they interviewed one of the ladies, and they were like, so have you watched Rings of Power? What do you think? She's like, oh, well, I started watching the House of the Dragon first, and so I'm going to wait till that's over to start watching Rings of Power. Super fans, everybody.
So I guarantee you, she got in trouble and sued for that, because they all had to sign NDAs to not say anything about the show, very much in the way that Daniel Green had to sign one. So her saying that definitely got her in trouble, and that's how fucked up Amazon is.
It's crazy. Yeah. Show us some of the memes. Show us the memes. This is the.
So I did share the one.
Yeah.
The famous one, which actually Dane Bornhold is responsible for this one. So this is the stuff that gets you banned on Reddit. If you guys were curious, you can see just clear bigotry and hate on display.
Not liking a thing is bigotry. Yes.
I should point out that this actually was released on the subreddit in phases. So like,
Right.
we actually were giving the show a chance. I mean, one
I
through
did
four,
too.
You can see it's just like it's a horse's tail, and then it just rapidly went downhill.
I was really excited for the show. I thought the trailer looked good. Other than the weird casting, I was willing to look past it. And I actually shielded for the show for the first couple episodes. I gave him the benefit of the doubt, and I shouldn't have done that. I was even like assigning motive, like when they in the trailer when they came out and said, the dragon could be one of you three. I was like, well, maybe she's just not talking to the women in that instance, and like we don't know who she's talking to, and it turns out I was completely wrong because the dragon can be a woman. And I hadn't read that interview, which I found because of your Discord, where he says, no, this is our intention. Yeah, the dragon can be a woman, and we're going to make more changes like this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I think the vast majority of the stuff that we made were fairly topical. The one that I have showed though is pretty good. It's the type of
Yes.
Yeah. The ones against the cast. You can't say stuff like that. That's terrible, wrong think. I think in general though, most of the memes on here are like it's hard to imagine the person who's like so small and kind of petty that like this makes you want to like ban and stop speech, right? Like it's just I don't know. Like I really honestly would want to maybe talk to some of the people and figure out like what's going on in their life to get them to be the kind of controlling and everything else going on there, because what we were doing was just like in general kind of good fun. Right? Like none of this is like mean spirited. None of it is like real personal attacks. We actually, like I said, most of the people like actually participating in that kind of stuff, like we're not getting all of the upvotes from the
That's my
right.
That's my favorite one. I gotta say.
Yeah, like it's fantastic. Like these are just hilarious. These are just hilarious memes, right? Like it's not even. It's really hard to imagine the kind of person who sees this and is just enraged, right? Like, just it's all just this show sucks. And here I'll do one more and then we'll stop subjecting your fans to more of this stuff. This is basically how I think the subreddit feels.
Well, I would think it's yeah.
That it's all like we became the boogeyman that was responsible for
the Wheel of Time
for their failure, right? Like it was our fault, right? So I appreciate you letting me just go down memory lane there, show a couple of the choice memes. But yeah, it was mostly just memes and shit posting, right? Like the thing that Reddit was founded on. And that behavior no longer allowed.
No, it's like you're not allowed to be critical of anything anymore. If you don't like something, you're just a bigot and
Well, like with Star Wars, Marvel prepped Moses Ingram to receive racist backlash when it's because they knew the show sucked. You're like, but there's a plethora of evidence of good black characters in Star Wars that people have loved. So why would she receive racist backlash? It's not true. She's just receiving backlash, and that's
so it's worse. It's worse than what you think. It was a false flag. Disney was the one.
Yeah, they were the ones creating it.
Yeah, they were the ones who planted the messages so that they could virtue signal as the good guy, saying, look how diverse and awesome we are. Because I mean, literally within 30 minutes of that interview dropping, Variety, Deadline, all the access media places dropped functionally the same article, basically saying that Disney is great for standing up for diversity and standing against racism. But it was like, how evil of a corporation do you have to be to fan the flames of racism for free clicks on fucking Variety? Like, Jesus Christ, what a genuinely diabolical, evil thing to do.
Well, they are,
especially when there's an actual person there. Like
they are creating
be
racism.
Honest. Yes, and
they're
creating her as the target, right?
They're setting her up for failure. Really quickly, I want to address that point, but we've got to shout out these super chats that you guys are doing great. The Nerdporio Lifeform says that Pips is a toxic horse, toxic rationality. And I'm not sure what you mean that Alex will debate you till the end on that hill. What hill specifically? Because I'm good at debating and I'm good at dying on hills.
Died on a lot of hills.
I've died on a lot of hills. Okay, but on the point that
you Custer, right?
On the point that they are creating racism, they're fomenting racism. They actually want people to be racist to promote the show. But it's like when when you're a hammer, everything looks like a nail. When you create the society where you tell everyone, hey, racism is a huge problem and all white people are racist. I don't I can understand if I were a black person and someone came up to me and I had a negative experience, blaming that on racism because they're told that it is. When in reality, you just had a bad experience. Like, as white people, we have those all the time. If you go to a store and some person working retail is having a bad day and they treat you poorly, it's because they're having a bad day, not because they're racist.
Right.
I think I had an article, actually.
I mean, if they are lefty, probably they are racist against white, so...
Oh, yeah. The Angry Mexa joined the chat.
Hey.
What's up, man?
Hey, how's it going?
Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you, the
Yeah,
Angry
you as well.
Mexa here. I was off for a bit. And isn't it kind of hilarious that your employer, Disney, is sending racist and self-destructive messages to the main actress of a show? Is kind of a little bit of a beautiful life we are living in, irony.
I found it. Yeah, this was going to come up later, but you triggered my trap card. Zendaya just talked about how she had a horrible racist experience because she was denied service because of her skin tone. And I was reading this, I was just like, this never happened. Like, you probably did have a bad experience. I didn't know Zendaya was ethnic. If I'm being honest,
very mixed.
Like,
did somebody shout, "Hey, you Empire person," at her when this happened?
No, but I don't I totally believe she had a bad experience, but it wasn't racism.
So I almost don't believe that she had a bad experience, depending on how long ago this was. Like, Zendaya isn't eating at fucking McDonald's in Memphis.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm sure the 5-star. I'm sure the French Laundry in California
denied her service.
Yeah, probably. Well, only,
Yeah, it
only
doesn't
if it
have
was
a
because
date.
Gavin Newsom had already kind of reserved the event space. You know, she couldn't get in because he had rented the whole place.
That's right. It was Gavin Newsom the whole time.
Yep. And he would have gotten away with it too if it weren't for you pesky kids.
It says she was trying to buy a $400 gift card, and they wouldn't sell it to her because they assumed she couldn't afford it, which doesn't make sense. Wouldn't you run the card, and then if it's declined, be like, okay, get out? Like who's going to stop their business from making $400 on the off chance? Like it makes no sense. And there's no dates.
I guess if she was paying with a check, like, do people do that anymore? Like, this check's gonna bounce.
She's writing a check for a gift card.
I have to say, that's the most like 90s like cliched, like, oh man, this old person writing a check at the grocery store, and then it happened to my wife like 3 months ago. And I'm like, who was doing that in the 90s, let alone in 2023? What the heck?
Yeah.
I actually
it's a fun story about writing checks.
I thought of the one circumstance. I think it's still socially acceptable to write a check at a place of business. If you ever get to like one of those coffee shops and they like turn the tablet around and like all of the default tips are like 20, 30, and 40% for your like cappuccino.
Remember when 20% was the cap? Oh,
and not for a cup of coffee. Like a cup of coffee is like maybe you get $1 if I have $1, right? Like I mean, I'm sorry, you spent 30 cents on this or 30 seconds on this,
and it makes you feel guilty. It makes you feel guilty every time. You're like, but what am I tipping? There's no server.
Not like you waited a table. Yeah, it's just like you gave me the food that I paid for, and I was standing up.
And the situation.
I will tip a restaurant if I have a waiter or waitress, and that is it. Or if I just really like them. But
even more so for me in California, where they actually still do pay them the full wage, because there's places where they don't pay them the whatever. Like that's one thing. But
this is actually a really good point. Like buying gift cards is usually like the line of attack that scammers use.
Yeah.
So they were probably trying to help Zendaya and saying, no, we're not going to sell you $500 in Google Store or Apple Play gift cards because you're being scammed. It's because of racism.
It's like, I'm sorry, no, I'm not going to sell you 30 prepaid wireless phones.
Right.
What are you, Saul Goodman? Like what?
Why do you need 30?
I went to Western Union. I went to Western Union and tried to wire $400 to a Nigerian prince, and they denied me service because of the tone of my skin.
Ah, you're those sick bastards.
I think she might be onto something. That makes sense. That is pretty suspicious, honestly.
Can you imagine having the audacity to bitch about racism in a country while wearing a $19,000 gown? Like,
yep.
Yeah,
you're a famous upcoming star. You know, like
it's Colin Kaepernick. Colin Kaepernick comparing his experience in the NFL to being sold as a slave, and you're like, except like I get there's some parallels, except that in slavery they didn't give the money to the slave.
Yep, and they didn't sign up for it, right? Colin Kaepernick
they didn't give them like 7 million over 2 years or over 1 year or something like that, you know.
I just want to say also that like if you show that picture of her in that article again, right? Zendaya she's a very attractive woman and like pretty privileged, you know, that's a real thing. So like, do I believe racist people exist in the US? Yes. How racist do you have to be to see Zendaya walk in and decide
this is the hill I'm dying on?
This is the hill I'm dying on.
Start freaking
coming from somebody who's just talking about dying on hills. Just kidding.
I know. I'm willing to die on a lot of hills, but not that one.
Like, what percentage of the racist people are that racist? And what is the chances that she ran into that person as a minimum wage employee at whatever, like, you know, designer clothing store she was at?
Yeah, a place where you had to buy a $400 gift card.
Yes.
That has to be like
Yeah, because they don't sell
probabilities
gift
just aren't
cards at
there.
fucking Food Mart. Like,
Yep.
What's the meme? I'll take things that never happened for 500, Alex.
yes.
Yes.
Yeah, but like I don't blame like the average person who's falling for these lies and believing that they are experiencing racism. They are experiencing racism because everyone's telling them that that's what life is like.
Well, and you do have just that small little bit of, like, you guys are even acknowledging that there are racists out there. They are. So there's just enough of that as that kernel of truth that gets people to be able to buy into it and makes it sound believable. Because again, I agree with you. There are probably people like that out there. There probably are people that are causing these problems. Moses Ingram probably even got some racist stuff from actual racists.
Oh yeah.
But 99% of what was put out there was probably not. Was just people saying, what's the point of this?
Well, we've
What's going
clearly
on here? We
reached
don't like
the
this.
point where the demand for racism has outpaced the supply. There's a reason.
Well, coffee is racist now, and
air.
Yeah.
Yeah, we did a big segment exposing all of the silly things that's racist. Now I've got a stinger here. Here we go.
Everything is racist. Everything is now white supremacy. When everything is racist, then nothing will be.
There we go.
Nice.
Good stuff.
I mean, how many of the last few big, horribly racist things that have happened in the media turned out to be
hoaxes? Most of them.
So, for what it's worth, what else you got?
Yeah, let's talk about nerdy things. So the Wheel of Time, since we got Wheel of Time boys on the show, was there ever
already leaving? They're like, more of this. No.
This is probably the most political we've ever gotten on the show.
Oh, that tends to happen when I show up.
Oh no, I go on rants every once in a while, but I try and keep it to entertainment. I've gotten us demonetized a couple times. So the Wheel of Time, was there ever like a moment of hope for you guys? Because I was pretty positive, and like I don't think, aside from the whole the dragon could also be a girl thing that was prevalent in the first couple episodes, I don't think the first like 3 episodes are that terrible. Like they mostly follow the books, aside from Moraine murdering a guy. There's obvious red flags, but it definitely does get worse. Around like 4, 5, and 6.
7.
So okay, I think episode 1 is potentially, it's at least in the contention. Like it's an honorable mention for worst episode out of the 8, right?
Okay.
So like I think it's hard to say like it goes downhill. Like
I guess Perrin's wife was there from the beginning too, and
yes,
and
the
like,
at-home abortion is very tough to get over.
Yeah, there's a lot, right? So
and Matt being a thief, and
so I can answer your question. A lot of people in the chat that came from our Discord, or people who are from the Discord or our White Cloaks, will say like, "Oh, I knew it was going to be bad the entire time," and like I'll admit,
I didn't. I shilled.
I was worried, but like honestly, I had conversations with friends of mine who really liked the book before it was coming out, where I actually initially kind of defended the argument about like, oh, it's a more diverse world or whatever, and I was like, it's not in the books, but like it's a reality of making movies and TV shows in 2020. Like,
sure,
like I would have appreciated it if they just came out and said, we're making this show in 2020 and diversity is a stated company goal. So like, that's what we're doing and you can like it or not. Mm-hmm. Like, that's what I would have wanted from them, to just be honest. But like, anyway, I went in with a pretty open mind about it. And I think I held on to hope, or hopium as we called it on White Cloaks,
copium,
longer than other people did. Alex, I think you lost it pretty soon.
So I feel like I've been on the train longer than most people. Like I feel like The Last Jedi in like 2017 or whatever it was broke people. Um,
Yeah, that's probably about the turning point. You're right.
I was noticing patterns earlier than that. So when that movie dropped, I was kind of like, "Welcome to the bandwagon, people. Come on in. It's nice to have you." There were enough red flags in the things leading up to it where I kind of knew it was going to be bad from the beginning. Like the cheap and shitty costumes was sort of obvious from the beginning.
Yeah.
Social media, I call it the "It's a Gundam" test, where if you go on Twitter and you look up the profile of every writer and showrunner, and you can tell their political affiliation in their first 2 tweets. If it's over 50%, your show is fucked. And every single writer and showrunner involved, I could tell by their first tweet, with the exception of one guy, and that was the token Game of Thrones writer that every fantasy show now needs to have for credibility. And it, as soon as I saw,
4, right, was the
episode 4 was the one that he wrote. And so basically, as soon as I saw the shitty production value and the ideology of the people producing the show, I knew it was fucked from the go.
So you were just John Nash from the get go. A beautiful mind. You saw the patterns and everything.
Yep, and I'd like to say that I noticed these patterns, but no, it was It's a Gundam, phenomenal YouTuber, highly recommended.
Yeah, I like him. He's a cool guy. Yeah, for me, the point of no return was it was later than I care to admit, but it was and it wasn't until after the episode. I watched the episode and I was like, it was pretty good. Like I liked how Logain played his character until the very end when he was like begging for his life. But I believe that was episode 5, where the Amelin seat made Moraine swear on the oath rod.
Episode 6.
Episode 6,
yeah.
So I watched episode 6 and I was like, okay, that was okay. Like I liked Logain, and then I literally woke up in a heat sweat. Like my head popped off the pillow, and I was like, wait, no, like the oath rods that's what the bad guys do. Like, and I was like, how could they not remember that or not care? And from that moment on, I was like, my eyes were opened.
And it's because that was a progressive marriage ceremony, and
everything fell apart.
It was there. Like it wasn't there for the story. It wasn't there for Robert Jordan's world. It was there for the Twitter audience.
Yep. And Trip makes as always, crushes it in the comments. She makes a comment.
The cold opening. Oh yeah.
It was 8 seconds. You got 8 seconds into the first episode before they were shitting on men.
Yeah. But it was coming from that one didn't it was coming from a Red Aja, so I didn't see it.
No, that was Moraine.
Flag. I was like, oh,
that was Moraine. No, that was Moraine.
That was Moraine talking. The voiceover episode 1, that was Moraine talking as she was
when you touch it, you make it filthy. Though that was from
that was the Red Aja. But
okay, what did Moraine say?
Men with great power destroyed the world.
Oh yeah.
The arrogance.
Okay. The arrogance. Yes.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. The cold opening for the last episode where you go to the future and the Aes Sedai is somehow just knows the entire plot of the books. Like, oh, if you do it by yourself, you're gonna mess it up. And then she chooses not to help. Like you're like, that made me so mad.
Yeah.
To return to your point there, like I think that I watched the first 3 episodes, kind of like you're saying you watched the first like 5 or 6, right? Where I binged the first 3 all together with my wife who hadn't read the books, and she like hasn't forgiven me for this, and like so I watched the first 3 episodes, and I wanted it to be good. Like I wanted so much for it to be good and for it to be something that I liked, that it wasn't until like after I finished the first 3 episodes and then like thought about what I just watched, and I was like, I think this is gonna be really, really terrible. It took me reflecting on it, because before that I was the fan who
Yeah.
had read these books many times through and was just so excited to see it. And then when the realization hits you that like, I wanted to see the books, this is not the books. So that was my experience.
Yeah, Mark Clark, this is exactly what I was talking about. That was the moment that.
Yeah.
Well, I was also newer to the books, in my defense. Okay,
And you were a Dirty Sanderson reader, so
I was a dirty Sando boy.
no, I actually like Sanderson. A lot of people in our Discord don't necessarily like all of the rest of his books, but he's not Jordan, but he's got his own thing going. I can appreciate it.
I can't even imagine anyone being able to do it perfectly. You know, take the reins and end the series. I feel like he did a pretty good job, right? I mean, there's things to complain about, but like that was an admirable task. I've
always said better than we had any right to deserve or expect.
Exactly.
Right? Like, name another series whose author died that even like got finished by someone not that person's son or daughter or family member, right? Like that is rare, right? It's rare for somebody else to do it, and then it's even more rare for like an author of some recognition and talent who's got his own stuff that he could be publishing to be like, I'm going to set my own work on pause for a second and come do this.
It's crazy. I mean, it also just illustrates how good of a writer Robert Jordan was, and how I thought just knowing his story and knowing that he, you know, when he found out that he was going to die for sure, and was like, I'm not going to be able to finish the books. There's just his dedication into just making as many bullet points as possible and taking notes. Like, okay, I can't write out the scenes, but I'm gonna. That's super admirable on Robert Jordan. Like, I respect the heck out of him for caring so much about his fans to set Sanderson up for success. Like, obviously, like both of them were just prolific, and I can't even imagine how hard it would be to try and jump into someone else's mind, even with all those notes, and then try and jump into the minds of each of his characters, and knowing you're going to screw it up too, you know, and knowing that every move you make is going to be judged. That I wouldn't wish that on my worst enemy. That sounds like hell.
Oh yeah, it was a hell of a challenge, and I will say this: Robert Jordan was a unique individual. Like, if you ever want to, if you're looking for motivation to pick up the Wheel of Time series, Robert Jordan's letters about his time in Vietnam are fascinating, highly recommended. Dude was an animal, but also a brilliant academic and a brilliant reader and just a brilliant literary man in general. Everybody should read the Wheel of Time series.
Everyone should.
Yeah. Honestly, if it weren't me being a part of this conversation, after watching the Wheel of Time, I would not have been motivated to go back and read the books because I hadn't read them previously.
Oh, it ruined the series for several friends of mine. I had a friend who used to come on the show a lot, but got had too much work to do. He read the first book and stopped because of the show.
Yeah, that's really, really sad.
My wife had never read the books, and she said that the show ruined them for her. She did finish, and she loves the books now. But she was like, she read them after the show, and the whole time she just kept thinking about how stupid the show was. And she's like, they ruin like relationships when she got to the later books, and she's like, how could they do that in season 1? Like,
my theory is
like, how are they going to do this? It's not going to make any sense. Like, these relationships are very important, but now these characters are gay, and it's not going to happen. And like,
yeah, my theory is that they never actually intended to tell the entire story. That they went into this knowing that they would be canceled well before even their like 8 seasons that they wanted to like do or whatever, right? Which 8 seasons would be hard to do in an 8-episode format. I just think, to what you're saying, like trying to track the changes that they've done to the entire series arc, it doesn't make any sense. No. Where it does make sense is let's cherry pick all of the little things that we in our motivated reasoning liked about, you know, character arcs later in the series, and shove all of those into one episode or one season. And maybe we can get a 1 or 2 or maybe even 3 seasons of a show where everyone on Twitter will like it, and I'll get hired to go do God of War. And hey, it panned out.
Oh,
so
man,
like,
I feel so bad.
good
so
for
bad.
Rafe Judkins.
That
you
announcement
destroyed Robert Jordan's legacy, but you got God of War.
God,
Yep.
I can't imagine that man in charge of God of War. I just like it's gonna be.
I'm
so
here for
bad.
it. Like at this point, I'm just roasting marshmallows on the trash fire. You know, like it all just brings a little bit more joy to my black heart at this point.
and yes,
You
this
gotta
is
love it, you gotta love
this
it.
is my personal fan theory. Is that the love triangle was not around Egwene, but it was around Rand.
Oh, that's show canon. That's not a fan theory.
Yeah.
I disagree purely because it's very obvious that Egwene is the main character, and when
show me that Fail casting, we'll see who's right.
They announced Fael is going to be in it.
Yeah, did they announce her?
No, they have not
Fael's
announced
gender.
It's
Jesus
gonna be
Christ.
a man.
It's gotta be.
You don't
Fael
think
sounds like a
Then they'll play it
gender-neutral
off
name.
like it's this huge reveal, like, oh, he wasn't in love with Egwene, he was in love with Rand, he's into dudes.
God, do you have any idea how absolutely
Yes, I do.
what the implication of Perrin's character is if he married a woman that he didn't love,
got her pregnant, killed her and the baby.
I mean, here's the reason I say it's show canon. Rafe Judkins wanted to make him a bear brother, not a wolf brother. Like he said that. That's a thing that's on the record where Brandon Sanderson is like, I had to talk him out of that, and it's
turning
the
him
only
into
thing
bears.
He to. Yeah, he wanted to have him talk to bears instead of wolves. That was a thing that Rafe Judkins put in the show, and Brandon Sanderson was like, "That's world breaking. The wolf dream and wolves and stuff is too important."
I must have missed that interview.
Be there for it.
Well, he's also on record saying that, oh, hey, people don't like, you know, what I'm doing with this. I have complete creative control over this. I can make characters gay if I want to, and I will. And the signs are there with the whole thing. There's implied that Perrin's in love with somebody else, but he doesn't say who. And it's Rand. It's not Egwene. You know, and then that whole conversation with Perrin and Egwene sitting down, you know, saying that they miss Rand, and he's like, yeah, I miss him too. It's like it's
all there.
100% what they were going for. Yeah.
The question is whether or not the Amazon executives who have been forcing them to do post-production remakes and rewrites and whatever they've been doing for the last 2 years were able to wrest the worst impulses away from them.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
we saw that they did.
We
saw the script for episode 1, which I'm shocked Amazon toned it down when they wanted a Game of Thrones show, and it seems like
I don't think they did.
Really?
I don't think they did tone it down. So that was one of the things that the deleted scene.
You think they filmed it?
They filmed it. The deleted scene of Egwene in the pool getting the whatever, That is the blood, like the blood animal thing. Like,
That
they filmed at least some of those.
I forgot that never showed up.
And if you pay attention, having read the script, right? So when Matt goes to sell the little gold bracelet to Pat and Fane,
okay.
he's walking out of a barn.
Yeah.
So and it's like they filmed
not
that
out of the
shit.
So they filmed Matt doing cunnilingus, and they probably filmed
Speaking the old tongue.
Rand fingering Egwene too, right? Speaking the old tongue.
No, actually, the prevailing.
Okay.
The prevailing theory on White Cloaks is actually that Egwene pegged Rand. she wears pants in that relationship. I think it's pretty clear.
Oh man.
Yeah, can you imagine sitting down and going, thank God for Amazon Studios studio interference. Like,
Right?
like
Praise studio interference.
yeah, thank God that we got studio interference from the worst studio.
Oh,
Because it would have been worse otherwise. Like, imagine Kathleen Kennedy coming into Star Wars, handing over like 500 pages of notes, the thing coming out like being just awful, and then people were going,
imagine.
Yeah, let me finish, and then people going, wow, thank God Kathleen Kennedy interfered with this production. Otherwise, it would have been even worse.
Yep.
Oh my God.
Like that's what happened to Wheel of Time. That happened.
So then why would they tone it down though? Because we know they wanted a Game of Thrones. So why would they take out all the sex?
My theory is
because
that
they
test
watched it.
Did not go.
Yeah.
Well.
Yeah, test.
I think they watched it and were like, "Oh my God."
No.
Which is, it's always the joke that we've made that like, how bad was the original screening when this is the released screening that we got?
Jesus.
Yeah.
I would love to see the Rings of Power script, from the episodes to see if they had to tone it down as well. Maybe the Amazon executives.
Rings of Power is like a different animal. Rings of Power seems like they didn't even have a script. Like they just showed up and just like, Galadriel, what are you doing today? And she's like, I don't know, crushing it. They're like, sounds good, roll.
Well, I mean,
that's a discussion that we've had on the show for a while.
We have it on record that Morphin Clark found out that she was playing Galadriel
when she showed
4
up
days before they started shooting.
Well, and what's his face? Halbrand didn't know he was playing Sauron until like the last day of shooting or whatever.
He's the only person who watched the previous episodes and didn't know he was Sauron.
Didn't figure it out. Yeah.
He is. If that's true, he is the dumbest person I think alive. Like,
I mean, I know they say that actors are dumb, but Jesus Christ, the Lord.
I gotta pull this up so I don't forget it, but I wanted to say something else first. So I've given my answer on this show, but I'm curious what you guys think. Which show is worse, the Wheel of Time or Rings of Power? Because my position is, I think that technically, the Wheel of Time is a better show, like storytelling wise and editing. It tells a competent story.
It's more internally consistent with itself.
No.
But it is
the
at its heart, it's more nefarious because of what it's doing to the source material. But like you can at least follow like the decisions that people are making in Wheel of Time. As much as I hate them, you can kind of follow the story. And in Rings of Power, you're just like, I don't get anything here. So what do you guys think?
So this is a topic of some conversation, and I believe we have I believe Dane Bornhold has put together a fairly extensive video explaining why Wheel of Time is worse than Rings of Power. I don't think I agree with him. I think Rings of Power is worse, kind of for the reason that you've outlined. Like, I mean,
there's no consistency.
It is quite literally incoherent.
Exactly.
So I don't know what's worse, like getting shit thrown at you, or like changing the diaper of a baby and getting shit on, like that way. Like you still end up with shit on you.
Oh, they're both bad. Yeah.
So I look at it, and this is partly Dane's point in that video. I look at it as one is incompetence, the other is malice.
Yeah.
And
Yes.
Wheel of
That's a
Prime
good-
is malicious.
Yes.
Wheel of Prime was the intentional breakdown of the themes, characters, world, and lore of Robert Jordan's world.
The core world
whereas-
building.
Yeah, like it's.
I think there was a
the
good
whole-
amount of that against Rings of Power, though, too.
Yeah, so that's
having not
that's-
read Wheel of Time and having that comparison to say, but there was a good amount of that happening to Rings of Power too.
I just think in Rings of Power it was incompetence, not malice. I think that they set out to try and make a good show, and they just were completely incapable of the task. Because admittedly, and this is the point that Dane made in his video, that they had the rights to like this much, and they couldn't.
Yeah.
For whatever reason, they weren't willing to limit themselves to what you would have to do in that area, which is maybe telling shorter arc stories and having them fit together, like Tolkien did in the Silmarillion, right? Where they are independent stories, but they nest and rest on each other, right? They weren't willing to do that. That's a hard job. So they tried to just do this one thing, and they shoved it all together, put it in a blender, and hit print, right? And I think that they were just completely underwater talent-wise. So
yeah.
So I agree with
so which
you,
shows worse?
But I want to make a quick caveat here. I thoroughly believe Rings of Power was every bit as malevolent as Wheel of Time. They were just so shit that they failed to execute their evil plan well.
Yeah.
Because we got Lady Bellfire in the chat here saying, that she didn't get malice from the producers of Rings of Power because the Wheel of Time said that the source material was bad, and she doesn't know if the Rings of Power people actually said that.
The Rings of Power producers, they lied. They kept saying, "Oh, we love the source material. We go back to the books, back to the books, back to the books. Always, we worship the books. We made a graven image of the books, and we sacrifice virgins to the books at every screening. Except that they haven't even read them."
Rafe Judkins didn't respect the audience enough to even lie to them.
Yeah,
he was just like basically like, whenever I get to a point where the books and lore and characters are inconvenient to the story that I want to tell, I change it, and that's the way that Robert Jordan would have done it if he was writing today.
He did have the audacity to lie and say, "Oh, we're pulling stuff from the books because we don't have enough screen time," and then you got 4 episodes of that.
That is one of my favorite excuses. Like he talks about how how Robert Jordan would have written the book if it
that quote
if he wrote it today. To which I always want to be like, homeboy, this isn't Tolkien. Robert Jordan died in fucking 2007.
What's funny is he told us what he would have written today. He made copious notes and gave them to Brandon Sanderson. That's what he would have written today.
Dane's comment in the chat about Blood Calls Blood. The reason he said that is the chapter Blood Calls Blood is the chapter in The Great Hunt where you get some really great lines from Lan on stoicism and like being a man, right?
Yeah,
he gives. I think the line is, "There's only one rule about being a man: whatever comes, face it on your feet." And the episode Blood Calls Blood is the episode where Lan debases himself and twists his nipples and screams. So like, I think it's hard to say how that isn't malicious.
So to finally answer Tripp's question, you need to watch my Wheel of Time rap series.
Yes.
It
was really good.
I am intrigued. Continue.
I was shilling for the show, and I was getting lots of, my first big break on this channel was reacting to the Wheel of Time trailer and being excited for it. And so I wrote a rap talking about how I was excited for the show to finally drop, but they hadn't shown us any pictures of Loyal, and so like the hook of the song was like, I'm excited for all this stuff, but show us Loyal, and I want to see what Loyal looks like. He's the best character in the books by a long shot. Show me freaking Loyal. So I was really excited for it, and then I've used the same tune to make a recap rap of every episode. And I was too generous for the first half, but you can slowly see like my descent into criticism. We're like, oh, this show's not good. So that if you want to gauge of like real time reactions, it's pretty good. But even then, I tried to be positive, just to like finish off the series. But there's definitely criticisms there. Yeah, when I finally saw Loyal, because I saw the leaks, and I was like, surely, like there's like unfinished CGI. Or something. Surely this is a place. Surely this is a placeholder. But
surely this is a cruel joke.
The dude's wearing a mop on his head, and it's silly, and it's a shame because
Pomeranian.
The actor and his voice is actually done incredibly well. I love his voice.
The voice is great.
And even the dialogue they gave him was good.
No,
and he just looks so silly.
His dialogue, I'll give you, is potentially the least bad of any of the major characters.
See, I feel like
I still think I was going to say Bail Doman is still the only character that survived season 1.
People talk about Loyal's hair a lot. People do not talk nearly enough about Loyal's shoes. like if you look at him, and I don't know why they showed this, he's literally wearing stripper platform heels.
Oh no!
I didn't notice that.
Well, they had to make him taller.
Yeah. But instead of like doing anything else, they legitimately just put like 6-inch blocks under his boots. It's one of the worst technical decisions I've seen ever, and it's still
especially because they keep showing them.
Yeah, and it's still only like the 5th worst technical decision in that show. I
just
googled them. And
the Apple boxes.
I'm surprised that we didn't have a scene where like one of the characters is actually standing in a little trench next to Loyal and he's like up on a ramp or an apple box, like you said. The only reason that it makes sense is that they actually didn't even care enough to do it. So like in most of the scenes, he's actually just not even taller than the other characters. He's shorter than Perrin in like half the scenes that they're in. It's hilarious.
Yeah, we went into that with Rings of Power, how they failed to use force perspective, and the not hobbits they look like normal, regular sized people, and they just drop them down and have everyone else be elevated higher. It's like that they're the same size.
Yeah, I do remember when Loyal opened the Waygate.
Yeah. Oh yeah. We need you, Loyal, for something. But
look, the script says you have to come to the eye of the world with us.
Yeah.
Now, granted, you're not going to come to the eye of the world.
I was gonna say, be careful.
It's literally the moment from Robin Hood Men in Tights. The script says Loyal comes with us through the ways. Does it? Yes, it does.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Yep. So, what else do you got? What do we have that's? Do we have anything non-Wheel of Time related?
Yeah. So I pinned
derailing everything.
I pinned the playlist in the comments if you want to see my Wheel of Time raps. They are intentionally bad because I'm not a rapper.
Could have fooled me.
Yeah. So I've got a bunch of news. We've got a segment that we call Bad Takes, where we just make fun of horrible news articles. Let's jump straight to that. Let's jump to that. Okay, I overproduce everything. I've got a stinger for it and everything. Here we go. We're gonna do some bad takes, baby.
Screen rants. Bad takes.
Yes. It's the same article. They just changed the date
Yes.
and republish.
Well,
Exactly.
but here's the funny thing is they usually alternate between The Winter is Coming and Amazon Advisor, and they have a third one that I can't remember.
The
So they
comic
usually
something or other.
alternate which they're all from Fansided, but they're different URLs. They usually alternate the URL for which month, just so it doesn't look like they're copy pastaing. But this month, they doubled up.
Oh no!
And released the same article twice. And it's always after the month has already started.
Is it the same byline?
Yeah.
So like the same alleged author that is
No, it's
totally
it's a
not
different
ChatGPT,
author.
right?
Yeah, so this one's they give you the author, and this one they just say staff.
It's totally
So-
not ChatGPT, guys.
I was going to say, do they have the security by obscurity? If you were to change the URL to "isn't coming in June," would it actually pull up the article?
Oh God, please.
Probably not.
Oh,
Okay,
okay.
they're too smart for that.
But change it to 20230602.
oh yeah, over
Sorry.
at the beginning.
I'm fucking
Yeah.
with you. Don't do that.
Okay,
It's a waste
okay,
of time.
okay.
They haven't-
You
they haven't
could
covered it.
try
Oh,
try
yeah.
changing it to April, and just then it would show that they literally are doing the exact same
Yeah.
URL.
Yeah. No, it's
Yeah.
a running
No,
joke on this.
yeah, we've pulled it up
We've pulled
every
it up
month.
several times.
Nice.
They just keep going, and
Yeah.
not just for Wheel of Time too. They've done it for Rings of Power. They've done it for the Game of Thrones.
So
House of
have
the
you
Dragon,
guys
whatever.
given a prediction on when you think it's going to release?
Oh gosh, my prediction would have been a long time ago. But so do you think it's reshoots or like re-editing, or like what's the delay?
Or oh crap, we don't have a story and we're incompetent.
So I think it's a
So-
combination of reshoots, and they don't have a slot for it.
Yeah.
A
I think that it was
slot?
supposed to. I think it was supposed to be
But-
released earlier and post production stuff. So I think a lot of the post production crew got stolen to work on Rings of Prime when that was
Really?
rolling out,
Okay.
and so they had to they shifted their focus to the closest alligator to the boat, and then had to come back, and now they were delayed, and they missed their release slot,
Because
and so
you'd
now
think
they're
you'd want to piggyback or slingshot off of the Rings of Power into the next big show, or at least advertise for it, right? to keep
the fact
momentum?
that there's no advertising is why I've been saying that I think they're going to re-release in November, and I've been saying that for a while, and I feel confident in the fall, potentially
This
all
year.
the way out to November release. Yeah,
Yeah, it's
all right.
I'm
then.
I kind of have the same opinion. I think it's going to be the end of this year. It's baffling. Anyway, more bad takes. Did you guys see this comic book? This is,
This is from
This isn't
This
really
X-Men?
a bad take. This is just an example. Yeah, it's X-Men. This is just an example of the high quality comic books that we're getting these days. This is how real people talk.
That's not even the worst Marvel release.
No.
Oh
This
no, not
month?
by a long shot.
so is this an actual frame or is this a meme?
No, it's real.
It's like the Onion. You can't tell.
It's hard. It's getting harder and harder to tell, but this isn't real.
Well, I think what's so funny.
Man, that is a manifesto. That is so much text.
I mean, it's legitimately the joke that leftists can't meme because all of their memes are like a fucking paragraph.
They're preachy. Yeah.
That's what I'm looking at here. But the funniest part about this is she's yelling at the Thing, who looks just like her but fucking orange.
Yeah, but the thing is privileged because he wasn't born this way.
Always.
Because he's a cis white male who just happens to be an orange rock monster.
Oh dear. Anyway, moving on because there's a lot of these. So David, I think you sent me this, right? No.
Yes.
Yeah. Apparently, Marvel admits that they know that their movies aren't good, and they're now hiring better writers for Phase 4 and 5. Isn't Phase
Except
4
that
already
they're
Reportedly,
all on
they.
strike.
Yeah. Except now they're all on strike.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. This is before that the strike came out, but they apparently there's a rumor that they shelled out a lot of money for some pretty expensive writers to try and bail them out of the dumpster fire grave that they've dug for themselves. But
And now they're all on strike.
will it help? Probably not. Yeah, now they're all on strike. So what was it all for?
Forget about that. If they leave the strike, if they stop striking and they go back to work, how would they know which writer is good? Because they have terrible taste. So I would think that
Easy answer.
yeah,
Easy answer is none of them are good. Like,
Yeah.
friggin',
exactly.
I can shoot that half court all day. Like that's the easiest question of the night.
So
if
what
Hollywood was smart, they would use this opportunity to get rid of all their diversity hires.
Yeah,
Because they had to
fire
do it.
all these people.
They had to do it for publicity and so that they weren't accused of wrongthink. They had to hire all these writers who were for the based solely on the color of their skin or their sexuality rather than their skill as a writer. And it's gone horribly for the last 10 years. And now they have an opportunity to just be like, well, we fired them. It's not because we're racist. It's because they didn't want to work.
just fire them. Go to Home Depot, find some Mexicans, offer them like I don't know $20 an hour. Tell them, teach them basic English, or I don't know, let them write in Spanish, translate that, and you got yourself a freaking script.
Look,
Probably better than
Just the
this.
South
one.
Park.
I've seen
It's just the
She-Hulk.
South Park
It's very
episode.
clear that a basic grasp of the English language is not required.
Mhm.
It's
That's
just
true.
the South Park episode. You ask them to go write your essay.
Hop in the back of my truck.
Oh,
We're going to go write some Marvel movies.
Yep. But to answer your question as to how they did this, so for Blade, they legitimately typed into Google, who is the new black writer? And so they went and they got the guy from season 1 of True Detective and said, here you go, you're black, you write the black hero. Is legitimately how they did it. I mean, if you read the article, I mean, it's racist as shit. Like
They should be Googling who wrote the best Blade comic.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah, but that probably, statistically speaking, that'd probably be some old white guy.
Oh, right. Okay. Yeah, they can't do
He's
that.
dead. So, I mean, he can't write it.
Oh, did you see?
They don't have to know that. They don't have to know that. They can say it's black.
I don't know if you guys saw this. We covered it last week, but the guy who was in charge of the panels at JordanCon got in trouble on Twitter because too many panelists were white cis males. And he was like, I just want to address this real quick. And he's got pronouns in his bio and all this stuff. He's like, look, if you look at the actual percentage, I have all these people, and he's listing all the percentages of ethnicities and sexualities. It's like, so if you look at it, we had a pretty good spread of non-cis. He created a new word. It's not cis white males anymore. It's cis-het.
I need to find.
It's cishet white males because it was
I need to find that tweet.
Heteronormative.
I
I can send it to you.
Yeah, I just want to go find the one where he's dropping all the stats and just retweet math is racist and then just leave.
I'll send it to you after the show.
Trap card. We got it, man. We got it.
Well, that's a good one. He was like, look at all these things, and he's like, look at all these diversity that we have. Is there room for improvement? Yeah, but I'm trying my best. And I'm like, it's like, and if you look at the percentages, they're already like way out of proportion to representation of reality, right? If you want equality, you should be like, it should be.
What do you mean
representative of reality,
right? LGBTQ people. 80% of the panel is LGBT. Like, first of all, there is nothing on earth better than when they start to eat their own.
Yeah,
that is-
it's never enough. You will
Yeah.
never satiate them.
But also, why is it that all the lefties, all of a sudden, like a second you question them, all of a sudden have the data as to like, are you keeping track of
I
who's
was
who?
ready for
Yes.
this.
Yes, they are.
What is your?
Oh no, I
spreadsheet?
couldn't possibly. I'm not ready. I'm not prepared for this at all.
Yeah, I want to see the spreadsheet of like, when picking panelists, we have our name, we have the rainbow, we have the gender symbol. Like, I'm convinced the first 5 cells are just identification,
Yeah.
and then like there's a tiny blurb at the end that's kind of like too far to the right of the screen. That's like their actual content. And
No,
there's
there should be 2 categories. It should be what's your name and what's your skill.
Yep.
That's all I care about.
Well,
If
you're forgetting that a skill is like I
Yeah,
am a
right.
walking diversity shield. That's a that's a skill now.
Why are you qualified to be on this panel? It's because I'm gay. So
I also like how gay has now become boring. It's just like,
yeah, it's not enough.
you're just gay. Ugh.
You're not even queer
Yeah.
or bi.
Yes.
Come on.
Did you chop your dick off or not? Like that's really the question.
And if you're white, you're effed. Like
Well,
You're
unfortunate that, and good lord, they fucking try. They could not find a fucking minority to attend that thing. Jesus Christ. I've spent a lot of time in Atlanta. This was the whitest goddamn place in Atlanta in the
Yeah,
history of the
where's the uproar about the lack of diversity
Yeah,
in
it's
the
like
attendees?
Atlanta, 30% like African American.
Oh man, that's what you should have tweeted that back at him there, Alex. That would have been gold.
David, you sent me
man.
this one too. I didn't read it. Is Peter Pan's the real villain? Disney supports the evil Peter Pan theory. I assume this is
Yeah.
about the new movie.
Yeah, so I didn't see the new movie yet, but I hear that Peter Pan is, he could very well be the bad guy in the series.
I mean, in the same way that you could say Woody's the bad guy of the original Toy Story. Kind of,
Yeah.
but not really. I actually saw it. I thought it was okay. It kind of ended up being a little disappointing in the end, but it wasn't bad.
I mean, the guy is just an arse. That's it.
Yeah.
He's a bully, but like the annoying kid that thinks that they are the bully, but they are the bullied. You know that they would never
Yeah.
bully anyone. Yeah,
He's
that kid is annoying as hell. I don't know why they cast him, but
Well,
well, diversity
for-
higher.
How can
Well-
Peter Pan be the bully? He's 8 years old, 4'11", 52 pounds, soaking wet. Like,
Well,
Yeah.
he bullied Captain Hook and
Yeah.
kicked him out of Neverland when he was a
Mhm.
child, and
It's
that's why
it was
Captain
because
Hook
of
is
his
now back.
bigotry
So,
that he turned Captain Hook. It's not Captain
It
Hook's
was
fault.
supposed. It
Why
was
didn't
supposed to
It's
Captain-
just misunderstood.
why didn't Captain
exactly.
Hook shove him in a locker?
It was supposed to be because they were kids
Violence.
together, and
Yeah.
and Captain Hook wanted to go home to his mom, and so Peter's like, "No, you don't want to go home to your mom. Get out of here." And so he left and became Captain Hook and
And-
came back.
Wait,
And
I
then-
was
and then
joking.
bumped his mom.
That's what happens in the movie.
Mhm.
Yes,
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah,
So my real question is, why did any of you guys watch this?
Honestly,
Like I
the
said,
beginning
I
of it was
haven't.
pretty solid.
I
I
didn't.
liked it. I'm still the one that'll watch the Disney stuff. 'cause
it
I
was
still like most
hilarious.
of it,
You
but-
had to see, you had to see the face of Tinkerbell for
Oh, I-
real. Like the
she looks
effect
fine. I think you're crazy. She
surrounding
looks
her
fine.
her goddamn hair and her face. Like she looks like MODOK, like freaking MODOK from the
Oh, that
the
was
movie,
bad.
the Ant-Man movie.
She looks
Yeah,
fine.
like-
She looks like a person.
Like
She
she
looks like a
looks
fairy.
no, she looks like when Dwight cuts the face of the mannequin and wears it.
Oh, that's a
She
good
looks
episode.
fine. I think
So
you're crazy.
weird.
I've been.
I
I don't know if I should, but
I'm just
I've had
laughing.
the itch at the back of my mind to start rewatching The Office, and I'm like, no, it's so many hours down the drain.
You don't have to watch it
No,
all. Just
good
watch it
now.
till season 4 or something like that. After that is a little bit boring.
All right, more bad takes. You sent me this one too, David, right? No, maybe.
No, I don't think so.
But why Tolkien's unfinished Lord of the Rings sequel is perfect for TV.
Yes, I did send you that one.
Before I read it, he stopped writing that book because he said it was bad.
That's what that's why I sent it to you. He started writing some notes about what happens after the Lord of the Rings trilogy, and he said, you know what? There's not a story here because it's boring. There's not a big bad. It's just, and elves have had their time on Middle Earth. They're no longer there. Dwarves are all faded in obscurity. It's just men, and it's boring, and there's nothing to tell. And those are his own words. So,
hey, it would probably be better than Rings of Power.
That's true.
So I haven't read the Unfinished Tale. Is this the one about Aragorn's son?
It looks like it. Yeah.
Yes.
Down there in that third paragraph.
Okay.
Next paragraph down,
it's basically just notes of what happened, what became of the characters after everything happened, and he's just like, this isn't interesting.
They even say it. Tolkien didn't believe it was worth writing.
Yeah.
So why do they think it would be good?
They don't give an answer in this article.
I think the people who were responsible for the White Tower politics in Wheel of Prime should be given another political drama to create. I think, that's a show that they should spend probably a good $200-300 million on. Amazon executives, if you're watching, make this show. If you build it, it will come.
And make fun of you.
Look, I'm sure the 8 people watching Citadel right now are really enjoying it.
Oh yeah, that came out, right? Did they drop it all at once, or is it weekly?
No, it's weekly. I've watched the first 3 episodes.
Oh, there's 3 episodes out?
There's 3 episodes out.
Did they drop them all at once, or?
No, they dropped them one at a time.
I thought it came out this week.
They might have dropped 2 together for the.
I've only just this week seen anyone mention the show on Twitter.
No,
yes.
I
thought it was new.
Last week.
So they dropped it, and the numbers are so bad that they actually pushed the marketing. They spent a ton of money on marketing.
Okay, that's why.
Got it. Yeah, like 2 weeks ago, when you normally would have seen it, they didn't have the sort of any real marketing. But this week they have Times Square. They have I'm going to butcher the woman's name on all the billboards, but
ethnic lady.
Yes,
it's Indian.
The one who broke her asshole in She-Hulk.
Yeah,
Tatiana Maslany. Oh no.
Oh no.
Yeah, what's her name?
It's Priyanka.
Oh no.
The one that Schmidt is in love with in New Girl.
Chopra Jones.
Yeah.
Oh, I did not recognize her from that, but she looks good in the show.
That's the only thing I know her.
Is it worth watching?
So okay, I'm trying to think. I believe it was a Netflix show. Alex, you might remember. Prophet of the Dragon did all the streams on it. It's the one he made fun of all the shattering glass, and it's about like they put the headsets on and like go to the future. And I'm blanking on the name of that show.
The Peripheral.
That's the one.
Peripheral. Thank you.
Yeah. So we covered it. We covered it on the show. It was disappointing.
Yeah. I'm getting a lot of Peripheral vibes where like the first couple episodes are like they're pretty competently made in terms of like visually, like some of the action scenes are pretty decent. Like, but it's just the first 3 episodes so far. The first one was like somewhat interesting, like big bad sort of Hydra organization. They call themselves Manticore versus like supernatural spy agency called the Citadel, and they're in an existential conflict kind of thing. And
the bad guys are called Manticore. It sounds like a
memory loss.
GI Joe.
Yes. So first episode, okay, and then second and third episode have just been like MacGuffins and mystery boxes, and I'm just like, this is not going to have a payoff that is worth the investment, I don't think. So are the actors doing a decent job? Yep, the actors are doing a decent job. Is it competently made? Is it visually interesting? All of those things are yes, I would say at this point. But I just find myself not being super interested, and I see a lot of the red flags of the standard mystery box MacGuffin, like just constantly trying to string the audience along with no real payoff, which is crazy. It's apparently a massive, expensive thing that they put together here, and they again did not put a competent writer. Like the writer has to be good.
But I thought it was written by the Russo brothers.
Yes.
If so,
Yes.
Yeah, that was definitely the problem I had with the Peripheral. Like, it was competently made, and by the end of the show, I just didn't understand what any of it was for.
And I was going to say the Russo brothers haven't been writers for any of the stuff that we've liked from them. The stuff that they've done, they just directed. They didn't write those things. You know, they didn't like write Endgame or anything like that. So if they're writing on this and it's not good, that's not necessarily a bad correlation.
Yeah.
Have you guys seen this article?
Yeah, I've seen this Paris tweet there.
The Flash producers, they honestly believe that the movie is so good that we'll just forget that Ezra Miller's a groomer.
Yep, no way. Like, that's the thing. I'll go see this movie and enjoy the movie for what it is. Watch the trailers and it looks interesting. Sure, not gonna. If they try to keep Ezra beyond this, I'm like, no way.
I don't even think I'm gonna watch this one in theaters.
No,
Fuck
not
that.
gonna watch
Absolutely not.
Yeah.
I would say calling him a groomer is like not doing that's not enough. I mean, a groomer is like somebody who's making an effort, right? He assaulted and kidnapped a girl. Like, I mean, that's not grooming, that's assault.
Right.
Like,
it's so ridiculous though that like any other
he
actor,
should be in prison.
Add a couple B&Es to the list as well.
Yeah. Like there have been so many other
choking
actors
a
that
woman
have been
in
fired
Hawaii
for so much less. Like just allegations of something that's so much less than what he's been proven.
Do we?
That he's done.
It kind of seems like
Carano.
He'd be gone. But a thief, yeah.
What is the joke? I'm not falling for that hot take. That's clearly someone with a fetish for getting yelled at. I refuse to participate in that kind of perversion. CBR has a fetish for getting yelled at. That's all this is. There.
Yeah.
That's true.
Jonathan Myers, or that's the name, right? The Kang guy.
Jonathan Majors.
Majors. Yeah.
Yep.
That's
They've
true.
kind
He
of
just got fired. He just got canned.
Is it official? Because I've seen rumors, and I don't think I've seen anything official.
And I know he's been dropped by a lot of his like representation.
He's
and
gone
stuff like
from
that.
everything except Disney.
His
Make
agents
of that
fired
what
him.
you
Like you know.
I feel like what he did was a fraction of what Ezra Miller did.
Yeah, look, if you're black
Allegedly.
and hit one bitch, you get fired. But if you're trans, you can go around molesting whoever you want.
Oh,
It's fine.
right. I forgot about the hierarchy of
You always have to
protected
consider
classes.
the hierarchy.
The more letters you have in your bio, the more pronouns and whatever.
And the further
Yeah.
down
I mean-
the LGBTQ plus acronym that you are, the more valuable you are to
The
society.
trailer that I saw for the Guardians movie for the Flash was barely in it. He was in like 2 scenes, and the rest of the movie was, "Hey, look, we got Keaton as Batman."
And that's kind of why I don't actually believe this, because there's no way.
Oh,
I mean, if they do,
they're just
again,
hoping.
it's just so stupid.
They're just hoping that people go see the movie despite him being in it. Which
Right.
So this movie went through
Despite
extensive...
it not mattering at all for the future of the DCU.
Except that maybe it sets up the turn, the quote unquote the pivot, if you will.
Yeah, I mean, so this movie went through pretty substantial reshoots and like post-production rework, right? Like they had initial test screenings that were negative, and they had all sorts of problems with the production. This is
They
really
even had
delayed,
problems
right?
with
I'm
like
thinking
getting
of the right movie.
story for a long time. Like at one point, Ezra went forward and was like, "Hey, I want to write the story," and then that's when I think Game of Thrones people like left it. There was somebody that was on the project at that point, and they were like, "Never mind then."
They replaced Henry Cavill's role with Supergirl instead. Yeah.
No, it just goes to me like the balls on like the production company when you're already going through you're jumping through all those hoops and you still release this movie with him in it. Like you could have just taken the guy from the Arrowverse TV show that fans like more than him anyway, just shot for shot, refilm the scenes that he's in, edit him out of the movie, and just
they could have done they could have done the Army of the Dead thing. The Zack Snyder replaced that one guy who got canceled with that lesbian.
Yep. Well, it's Ezra Miller.
That was actually done really well. Like it's kind of hard to tell that was done in post. It's impressive.
You wouldn't notice it otherwise. But what is it with Hollywood in hiring sub 30 actors who have no physical acting ability? And by that I mean Ezra Miller runs like a fucking 7-year-old. Like he just kind of flails.
And that's the one thing that he has to do in the Flash movies. Yeah.
Yeah, well, it's the same thing with Rings of Power. You see it with Wheel of Time. Like, are there no people that can walk and chew gum quite literally working in Hollywood right now?
Yeah. You're not allowed to anymore.
We talked about the same thing with Little Mermaid. They released an article saying that, oh yeah, we had all these plans for filming underwater, and oops, she can't swim.
The black actress we cast as the Little Mermaid can't swim.
You think that would be the number one thing on the resume? Is like, can you swim? Yes or no?
Maybe just behind being able to sing.
And it's
probably be a little more important. Yeah. Possibly, probably.
Like if you were planning on CGing the water in the first place, then you didn't care about that, fine. But no, they had planned on shooting some stuff underwater, and they had to scrap it all because she couldn't swim.
Swimming is not that freaking hard. I mean, I know that it requires probably a good level of
angry Mexa.
I do swim. I'm not that brown.
well, there's a river that we could, you could swim across. Just saying.
No. There's swim, crocodiles in that shit. No, bro. No, it's just dangerous, bro. There's MS-13, Narcos, bro. There's crocodiles.
We'll get you to our side of the border one of these days.
No, if I go legally, it's gonna be legally. Yeah, although I'm going to probably get searched in the PSA in the airport, but whatever. Can take it.
I think you are vastly overestimating how much we protect our border.
That's true.
Kamala's in charge of it, man. It's secure.
He's gonna enslave me.
We have the most competent person in charge of the border right now.
She said, "Don't come." Like, what else do you want? Like, what could she do? She asked them very nicely.
She's got that commanding voice. I don't know why anyone would, disregard that.
Yeah, she has that laugh, bro. That's pretty intimidating.
On the subject of Ezra,
might scare people away.
On the subject of Ezra Miller, he just did it. Someone wrote a puff piece about him. He just got upset about another movie he was in. Not treating him, endangering his mental health, and said there should have been an on-set psychologist.
I like that. That's a good story.
Yeah, apparently he had to play this person that was not mentally stable, and he said that it just messed up his psyche. And it's like,
we
gotta talk about Kevin.
Yeah,
he doesn't have the ability to pull that off as an actor. He can't get inside the mind of a deranged person.
Yeah.
Yep.
He doesn't even do anything. That he just serious the whole movie, and sometimes he tweaks his mouth or his face a little bit. The script is the good thing about the movie and Tilda Swinton. But yeah, that face he has right there. That's the whole face that he does on the whole movie. That's it. That traumatized him.
I'll take the smallest violin in the world for 500, Alex.
Why are we gonna throw it at him?
Yeah.
But these last two, the Ariel not being able to swim in this one are just like me needing to just be quiet. Like, you know what? Sometimes it's just best to present without comment.
Well, you've got people breaking down and crying now because the Ninja Turtles are black, and they're finally allowed to relate to those characters.
Is Donnie a chick?
I don't know. Looks kind of
A
like it.
lesbian chick, yeah.
Donnie looks like she's probably got a fucked up chest.
But it's fun. It's not even. It's not even like, oh, like these are their genetic set. Like it was an alteration. It's just a hologram. So it doesn't actually say anything. It's not based on their anatomy or DNA or anything. They just got black holograms, and so now we're allowed to care about these characters.
Yes.
That's just a quick little.
I always thought they were Italian. So that's a surprise.
You would think, right?
Being from New York, yeah.
Yeah.
And with names like Raphael, Michelangelo.
I guess I never considered fucking turtles to have a race, but
Exactly.
And they don't say, hey.
Yeah. How come the
If
Ninja
you're,
Turtles haven't
if you're
been
not
using?
explicitly, if you're not explicitly turtle anti-racist, then you are turtle racist, Alex.
Well, I feel like the turtles could have been using the N-word this whole time. There's just a big There's just a big missed opportunity.
well, I mean, as much as they swore in that first movie, it's kind of a miss.
It's on the deleted scenes where they were like, nah, gotta be PG-13.
Have you guys seen this one?
Yeah.
Because the Wheel of Time never stops turning, every Wheel of Time fan fiction is canonically accurate because eventually it'd happen on Sun turning.
So I actually, I want to say one thing. This person, I've had actually a lot of conversations with this person on Twitter.
Is
one of
he
the few
trolling?
Twitter time people? No.
Yeah.
But he is one of the few Twitter time people who will actually have a conversation with you. Won't go to ad hominem attacks. Like you can politely disagree with this guy. Like, so he's actually very reasonable. And I want to say, like, props to this person for like being a reasonable person. Like, I could be like, hey, I think the show is terrible because of these reasons. And he's like, well, I liked some of those things. And I'm like, I don't, you can have a disagreement.
Cool.
Have
Gotta
several
respect that.
posts. He'll reply to them. He won't, get all pissed off, and you can be very reasonable, good conversations with this guy. So props to him for that. He does have a lot of crazy real time takes.
It's a bad take. It's a bad take. But yeah, I like people who are willing to have a conversation. So
Okay, the other thing you need to understand, this dude is the normiest normie motherfucker on this goddamn platform. Like, this motherfucker has never encountered a television show that he did not like. It is
also true.
Actually incredible. Like, look at the bio.
He likes everything.
Doctor Who is in there.
Oh dear. Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
Yep.
Percy Jackson. Oh, the book. Well,
like I said, he it's one of those things, and we, like, on our channel, we talked about that or this before. You guys have probably talked about it before as well, where, like, I kind of wish that I could be one of those people who just liked everything that I saw.
Yeah, I do too.
Because, like, that must be a lot of fun. Like, you turn on
For
the
real?
TV and, like, everything is great and you enjoy it and it's good. I can't. I see the inconsistencies and then I can't pay attention to the rest. It breaks my suspension of disbelief.
Yep.
So again, I have.
I was having a
bad
much better
feelings
time when
for this
I was
person.
enjoying the first couple episodes of the Wheel of Time, and then
That's where I'm at 80% of the time. I get about 80% of the way there. I still can have my complaints and everything like that, but I end up living in that spot a little bit more, and it's generally pretty nice.
But after that one episode, the floodgates opened, and I realized, oh man, no, this was bad the whole time. Hey, I loved past tense Doctor Who.
I was just about to message her, like, have you seen the last couple seasons? Like,
No.
which seasons of Who are you talking about?
I've been rewatching it too. Like, I love Doctor Who.
I'm even one that, despite the quality, I went through and I watched all. I think I haven't watched the latest, not Christmas special, but whatever special where he turns back into David Tennant. But I've watched everything up until then. You know,
Yeah,
just because I loved this it so much. You know,
I
want it to be good,
lasted
but
I
it's
lasted
not.
one Jodie Whittaker episode and I was out.
So Jodie Whittaker that season included some of Alex. Correct me if I'm wrong here. Some of Wayne Yip's credited productions prior to his Wheel of Prime,
and
rather,
Rings of Power.
Makes
sort
sense.
of foray, and then he became the director for fully half of Rings of Power. So his sort of like big success is the Jodie Whittaker season of Doctor Who, Wheel of Prime, and Rings of Power.
Well,
Failing up, man.
Yeah,
Failing up.
ignorance
Yeah.
truly is bliss. I wish I could enjoy these things, but more than I wish that they were good.
exactly.
I want to enjoy things. I want things to be successful, and I want things to be good. Because I was getting a lot more subscribers when I was shilling for the Wheel of Time than when I started criticizing it. I lost a lot of subs, so I want things to be good, but they're not, and I'm not going to lie. Did you guys see this article?
I didn't see this one specifically, but I saw somebody saying,
This
will there be an episode 9?
This has got to be an AI. Why is it The Mandalorian season 3 episode 9 on Disney Plus? Because it's over.
It doesn't exist, right? Like
No,
again, like
no.
these are Onion articles. I honestly can't tell the difference.
No, this is a real article. I believe it was written by an AI because it's mostly just like recapping stuff. Yeah, the season finale was episode 8. This was weeks ago, and now where's episode 9? Well, because it ended.
Yeah,
And
I
it's
saw
not
a
like,
similar
the
article
previous 2 seasons weren't also 8 episodes.
Yeah.
So all I'm going to say is look up Cameron Frew, the guy that wrote this article, and you will not be surprised.
Yep. Okay.
That's the best picture of him on the internet. I want you to know.
You already done the Googling?
I always Google them because I'm always curious to see, like, look, I like to have my preconceived biases confirmed.
Do you think, though, that they just pay people to say, hey, can we slap your name on these AI articles?
No, they do the AI articles
Or do you-
for like 5 cents a piece, and they
Or do you
sell
think
it
he's like
to
the
a lot
editor of it? Because there's no way this was written by a real person.
No, it's a content farm. So he'll
Yeah.
get paid by
Yeah.
the article. So he'll write 30 of these a day. He'll
Yeah.
make, $7 an article, and that's his job.
Yeah.
$7. That's pretty. You're being fair to him. Yeah, that's a fair wage.
We have different definitions of the word job.
I'm not saying he's not overpaid.
I call this my job too, so I'm forgiving with that word.
Well, I mean,
Yeah, but
you're
you're, like,
at least
actually
have good
monetized
production
stuff.
value. Like,
And that.
Yeah, I'm monetized. I don't make enough money to provide for my family yet, but my wife's got a good job, and I can be a stay-at-home dad and do this until we get more successful.
nice.
Yeah, I quit my job because my boss was ripping me off, and by that time, my wife. I made a song about it too. If you're wondering, it's called "Sugar Mama" on the channel. Seriously, every time I accomplished anything in my life, my wife would just get another promotion and just completely emasculate me with how amazing she is in what she does. I'm not jealous at all. I love her. But it allowed me to just quit my job. And I'm like, okay, I'll stay home and watch the kids. It got to the point where I was like, okay, I will look for another job. But we have 3 kids. And so it has to pay enough to justify the daycare. Otherwise, I'm just going to be working like a minimum wage again, and that doesn't feel good. And so it was either find a really, really good job or just stay at home and watch them myself and try YouTube. And so I was like, give me a year, see if I can make it work. And right at the end of that year mark, Rings of Power came out and got me monetized. Baby!
And Jesus
So,
Christ,
nice.
man! Have you seen the state of schools in this country?
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, we're in Utah, so it's a little bit better here, but there's still some warning signs.
Fair enough.
There's Corwin in the chat, unable to defend his precious little Diablo games. So we're almost done with these bad takes.
I said it. I don't like them. I think they're lame.
I agree. I saw this and I just laughed. People claiming the MCU is dead after Endgame. Meanwhile, 4 of the post Endgame projects are in my top 10 MCU.
That's
this just goes along with the whole ignorance.
Can we play a game?
She-Hulk's on the list. Like, oh my gosh.
Can we play a game?
She-Hulk's not in this picture.
No, yeah. What's the game?
The game here should be for the panel over here. Can you name these 8 shows and/or movies?
I can.
Yeah, we covered them on the show, so we're very familiar.
Although nobody else here but me actually watched Miss Marvel, so
I couldn't. I'm not gay.
Miss Marvel had nothing to do with being gay.
I think I could maybe
everything to do with being gay.
I didn't watch it because I don't hate my life ad.
It was actually. I thought it was solid. I mean, better than a lot of these other things. Way better than She-Hulk. A little bit more solid than like better than Hawkeye. I didn't hate Hawkeye, but it wasn't great.
I mean,
yeah. So
that's right. There
one
was
of
a
the
Hawkeye
better
show.
Marvel TV shows that they did.
Hawkeye.
Bishop show, yeah.
You know
Hawkeye.
What the Fifth Amendment is?
The what?
The Fifth Amendment.
Do we know what it is?
You don't have to speak against yourself.
Yes.
Are you saying that I should have taken the 5th? Is that what you're saying? Actually,
yes.
Oh, okay.
It means you didn't legally have to self-incriminate like that.
Yeah.
This is my role on this channel, though. I'm the contrarian.
Jared is our resident apologist.
That's
but
fair.
Occasionally we agree on things.
Yep. Rings of Power was definitely one of those. Oof.
Yeah. Okay. Hawkeye. I was sick with I had a huge fever, and it was like Christmas, and I was like, I'm gonna do an experiment and just binge watch this whole show. And I documented the whole thing. And there's a video on my channel. Man, I hated it so much.
Yeah.
But
interesting.
Yeah, and Spider-Man is not even MCU, but yeah.
They ruined.
Guys, I got to dip out here.
Yeah,
really love the conversation.
The show,
thanks for coming, or thanks for the invite.
Yeah,
thanks for joining us.
If you ever want to come back on the show, just shoot me a message and
definitely.
Mm-hmm.
Peace.
Yeah, sweet. Thanks, man. I just got that message. Yeah. Anyway, this just goes along that vein of ignorance is bliss, and I wish I don't know. At the same time, I like
the name
being
is in the chat
cultured.
there. Yeah, Willow is another example of one that, not so good.
Yep.
Yeah, that was we covered that extensively.
At least that one was canceled as not getting a season 2.
Although then maybe they said that it wasn't canceled, but I don't know. It's weird.
This one makes me a little bit more angry though. Some of Darth Vader's finest lines. Which one is your favorite? And unironically, they included the worst Darth Vader line of all time.
Yeah.
Be careful not to choke on your aspirations, director.
Yep.
That's the thing. I even like that joke as a line from somebody, just not freaking Vader. No, stop it. Vader does not make jokes like that.
Yeah.
Can you imagine unironically posting this?
I mean, it's Star Wars, so it's the Star Wars main page, so they are pretty delusional here.
I didn't even hate this movie, but I hated that line.
Yeah. I mean, and I've had other people tell me that they wouldn't have liked it any better, but I almost would have liked it better if Tarkin in that scene had then made that joke, had made that comment.
Sure,
Yeah, like that kind of sarcasm makes more sense from him. Vader is one that will kill the one dude and then say, "Congratulations on your promotion." That's his jokes. Not
wouldn't say anything, just choked you up,
Yeah.
Right there.
Yeah, he would have just choked you. Period.
Okay, I had to just sort of like quick Google this. This is from Rogue One, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, like honestly, that movie, I think it's a terrible movie. I had apparently
No.
blacked out this line of dialogue. I feel like
It's the worst
that
part,
movie
yeah.
is one really bad movie and one like sort of bad movie
Yeah.
stapled together with like a 30-second good Vader fight scene.
Yeah.
That Vader's fight scene was pretty fire, though.
It's
was
worth
awesome.
watching because of the last like third of the movie. The first half of the movie is honestly terrible,
Yes.
and then the whole battle scene it's pretty good, and I think it's worth watching just because of the monk character, which I think was an amazing idea.
Another one that's worth watching it for is actually K2SO, Alan Tudyk's character, the robot.
He was pretty.
He
good
had
too,
some
yeah.
choice stuff
But
going on there.
It's not a great movie.
Yeah, it was. I liked a lot of it.
Still, probably the best thing that Disney's done with Star Wars, though.
I also found myself in a position where everybody was liking it so much, but I like was nitpicking at little things, and I realized I'm just nitpicking at all these little things. But yeah, so I mostly liked it, but things like this line, and I think it could have been much better than it was. But
agreed.
I might be staking out a contrarian position myself. I'll say that Andor was way better than Rogue One.
That's
Andor
true.
was really solid.
That's true.
I actually really liked Andor. I was sad that it did not get the traction that it should have. I also do get that for as you referred to them, normies, it was a little slower of a show. Even I, who I still enjoyed it, there was something about it that felt difficult to really engage in, but it was also really well done and well written and not just a lot of the other things have just been they're throwing stuff against the wall and just seeing whatever they like, and it's nonsensical, whereas that one actually made sense and progressed and did stuff. So I don't know.
Yeah, my biggest complaint for Andor was that if the show is 4 stories, 4 kind of little thematic and narrative arcs, the third one with the prison stuff, the third one was 1 episode too long, which robbed the final story of the extra episode to develop it. It should have been, they should have stuck with the 3 episode arcs. They should have stuck with the 3 episode arcs, and I think the finale would have been set up better.
Kind of divert from that a little bit.
Well, the finale should have been the prison break. That whole show was really great. Yes, sure, it was a slow burn, but it was wonderfully crafted. And then the finale just kind of came out of nowhere, and everything happened because we had to have all the characters in one place at one time for some reason. But it was still, even though the last episode was kind of a downer for me, I still thoroughly enjoyed the whole show for what it was.
So I guess my question with that would be, I think without the 4th act, if the show actually ended on the prison break, I think you would have been left thinking so what? You would have, why did I even watch this? Nobody would have done anything to harm the Empire in any way, realistically. So
you're right about that. I just didn't like how it came together at the end. But
I agree with that. I think it was, I think they rushed the 4th act, which is
right.
They either spent too much time in the prison, which I think is you can make a really strong argument that there is a wasted episode in there, or they spent too much time. The first 3 episode arc should have been a 2 episode arc. Speed that up, make it a little punchier. I think more people would have stuck through it and watched it. I think that the middle 2 arcs are the strongest ones. So episode 4 through episode 9 or 10, episode 10. Those are the best 2 arcs. But the show ultimately suffered from being based around the character that you forgot was in that one Star Wars movie that most people
who's already dead.
Forgot.
So why do we care? Yeah.
Yes.
That, and it came after Boba Fett and Kenobi, which were absolute dumpster fire shows.
If I'm gonna pitch a thought here. If they took that entire movie and just had, instead of Andor, that was just what Obi-Wan Kenobi was doing
for Rogue One.
Yeah. No, not Rogue One, for Andor. If Andor, with the changes that would be necessary to have it be Obi-Wan's story, if he was doing
was
these
the
like
one doing that.
random little side quests of like ripping off the Empire and like going and leading a prison revolt and doing all this stuff,
Maybe.
I feel like everyone would have been so much more invested in that show.
Yeah.
As the Star Wars nerd here, I'm sitting there. I always had it. I was never excited about him leaving Tatooine to begin with, and if it was a consistent thing, I think I'd have more issues with that. I mean, I could have gotten over it. I think that for the most part, I got over it for what the Obi-Wan series did. They didn't do it well, but how they then it mostly worked for like, okay, I'm fine with them leaving Tatooine for a bit for this one mission. But if they'd had him do it a lot, I don't know, I'd have been like, wait a second, what's going on here?
Now you make a good point. The larger lore wouldn't have supported it. That's fair.
It's still it's baffling to me though that they put so much effort into Andor and not
so little. Yeah.
The Boba
and I think it's kind of like what we said.
The Obi-Wan Kenobi show.
It was almost more that they put too much effort into Obi-Wan and Boba Fett because they had people meddling with it because they thought, oh, these are the big properties, and so they put too much effort and focus into meddling with it. Whereas they were like, oh, Andor, whatever, we'll just leave that be, let the creator do his own thing, and oh, look at how amazing it turned out when they just let the creator do his own thing. A creator who has admitted that they're not the biggest Star Wars fan, but they also have a really good story, and they were able to tell a really good story.
Yeah.
Hey, it worked so much better
so
than
Kathleen
when
Kennedy tried too hard on Kenobi is the theory. That's a solid theory. That's it. I like it.
Well, and I mean, there's even something to be said about.
Yeah, we've seen it. We've seen it happen where like the low budget films that the studios don't actually care about end up being awesome, and then they get a sequel, and the studio cares more about it, and it goes to garbage.
Well, I was gonna say with the
into the Spider-Verse,
we'll see about that. With the Obi-Wan, it was even supposed to be a movie at one point, and you can see people have done an edit of the show where they cut it down to about a 2-hour movie and they do some different editing, and it's like miles better than it was as a show. And it's like, oh yeah, they decided, we want to make this a show and fill it out and flesh it out and do all this, that, and the other, and they pulled it apart and messed with it, and we got what we got. That's why, like, for me, I look at Obi-Wan and I'm like, there's the bones of something good here. But
I don't even think it's got
bungled
bones.
It. Yeah.
I don't think there's a single thing from that show that I liked.
There were a couple of good ideas. They just were not executed well at all.
Yeah.
When like the show can come out and like the next day some random person online can take your exact scene and just recut the scene order and improve your show to show that like
it's not a good sign.
you just failed in your like shot list in the final cut, because that was the thing with the one where she attacks Vader and there's the whole thing of like the order of him like pulling down the ship and doing this stuff, and somebody was just like, if you just take these 2 shots and you just flip them, this scene makes logical sense, like as much as you can make it make sense. And it made me think, sorry, another Wheel of Prime comment here. It's like the fact that the Horn of Valier gets dug up twice in episode 8. They literally they pull back the tile covering it in 2 separate shots, like separated by about 15 minutes of episode time. Like those are the kind of like high school film project mistakes that
in that same episode you have Perrin hear a noise in the hall, go to investigate it, and then come back to have the noise have been in the room that he was in when he heard the noise.
Well, canonically, his hearing is not very good, so that makes sense.
Oh,
there you go.
I just now realized that that the sister arc was completely abandoned.
Which sister arc is this that you're talking about?
That Andor has a sister that he's looking for in episode 1.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I didn't even remember that.
It's not abandoned. She's dead. He doesn't
even actually get it confirmed. He just has people tell him stop looking because she's probably dead, which they'd probably been telling him all along. But suddenly he just got distracted. So yeah.
Well, thank you for the super chat.
Dead, but still,
my mind is blown. I forgot about that.
I got Nerdporial to watch that show. He still hasn't forgiven me for it. So.
It almost sounds like Nerdporial was almost like it was underwhelming. Not that it was awful, So I don't know. Maybe I'm putting words in his mouth, but
I think the
he's on the
finale of
record.
I think the finale of the show brings the whole thing down. I hated the finale.
I think he agrees with you on that. He's also on record saying that he thinks Picard season 3 was better than Andor. So, I mean, take his opinion with a grain of salt.
We haven't watched Picard yet, so
don't.
I haven't been keeping up on it. I'd heard 3 was actually decent, but I don't know. That's again just what I've heard.
No.
I think I've already committed to watching it eventually, but
one of the other things I'll say about Obi-Wan, since we were talking about it, because I was watching that they just released Star Wars Visions, the season 2 of that, and it's the animated stuff or whatever. There's actually an episode.
Talking about Star Wars Visions.
Oh,
you talking about this? You talking about this Star Wars Visions?
Yep, that
nice.
one.
Yeah, is that the one you're talking about?
That is exactly
the show?
what I'm talking about. Yep. Anyway, there's at least one episode where they do a scene of somebody falling off a cliff, somebody who's been denying force powers the entire time, misses them to grab them physically, and then reaches out with the force and grabs them. And it was so much better than what they did for that same setup in Obi-Wan. In Obi-Wan, it just felt kind of weird and didn't feel earned and felt kind of rushed, but also took too long in the weirdest way. With this one, it was like, oh, hey, that actually fit in this story, this like progression of a story. Hey, that was actually well done. This 15-minute story did it better than that half-hour episode plus previous episodes,
Yeah, Mark Clark. Yeah, I know the poll voted. I know I've committed to watching Andor season 3. I don't have to be excited about it.
So Jared, have you watched Visions?
I haven't finished it. I think I've
yet.
Watched. So I watched season 1 back when it came out. I'm in the middle of watching season 2. I think I got up to episode 6.
Yeah, because I didn't really enjoy the first volume. I think there were 2 episodes that were okay, and a couple of interesting concepts, but it was just I did not like them at all.
I'm liking this one a little bit more. It still has the same sort of problem, which exactly is what this person the first comment is. Not canon equals not watching. So for me, it's not that I'm not watching. For me, it's the not canon means I'm not really caring too much. Like I will enjoy what I will enjoy, but because it's not canon, I'm not going to be worried about whether or not it fits this or fits that or whatever. Like I'm just like going to embrace the story for what it is as it's presented. It's a fun little short story. Some of the art's a little bit like the I think it's the first episode. I think it's called Sith.
I can't be bothered
the art style's a little bit too what's the word I'm looking for? Artsy, kind of like
artsy,
stylized or whatever.
Stylized or like where it's like not real, but it's like what's the word I'm looking for? Kind of. Yeah. Anyway, it's a little bit off for me, but it still like is beautiful and has a kind of interesting little thing. Again, they're short stories. They're little 15-minute bits, so you're not going to get a whole ton. But yeah, I don't know. I've been enjoying it so far.
I can't be bothered to watch Visions. I can't stand the Clone Wars. I hate it.
Well, none of this is going to be like the Clone Wars in any way, shape, or form.
I don't care. I don't care about animated Star Wars. Sue me.
Yeah,
Star Wars is happy. I'm just saying it's nothing like Clone Wars.
Did you guys see
Clone Wars? Nothing like Rebels. Very different animation styles.
Yeah,
it's much more like adult animation stuff going on.
It's a collaboration of independent authors just telling random one-off anthology stories within the Star Wars universe, and like there's some interesting stuff there, but I don't know. Whatever. I'll watch it eventually, but.
Did you guys see that Scarlett Johansson has said she's done playing Black Widow?
Oh, is it because that her character died?
No, it's because it was a sexist role.
Oh, okay.
It felt like playing. It's her choice to be done with the character because it felt like a sausage party.
That actually makes sense. Every time I watch anything MCU related, I am struck by the number of male leads. It's too many. I mean, like it's 2023 people. Do better. Do better.
You gotta do
better, Senator.
I think that show is the most nefarious of all of Marvel.
I haven't even seen that show, to be honest. I have seen the
speech.
memes.
The speech at the end is so bad, and the show is literally a love letter to Antifa and Black Lives Matter, encouraging people rioting in the streets. It's disgusting.
Yeah, still haven't seen that one.
Okay. You gave me the Discord to share with you. Thanks. I will copy that and post it. I did see people were asking, and I was going to bring it up, but you already did it. Okay, so here's a. Did you guys see that they're because of the writers' strike, they're going to continue filming Rings of Power season 2 without the producers on set or any.
You know what? I think we're going to see a big improvement.
Did you get this from our Discord? Is that where you got?
I
posted this in our Discord.
I saw it on Twitter first, okay. But I also saw it on the Discord.
I agree. Yes, massive improvement.
We'll see.
Here we go. There's that.
That's a fair point. Like I mean, saying that it can't get worse doesn't mean that it will get better.
Exactly.
I just pinned the Discord for anyone who wants to join the White Cloaks. Yeah, no, and you've got even people discussing using AI to write scripts for them.
Have you guys talked about
how is it going to get any worse? Like somehow, probably not.
Like how ballsy is it if you are literally like constantly talking about like the national dialogue around ChatGPT for the last month or two has been like it's going to replace all of these writing jobs and all this kind of stuff, and they're like, okay,
now's the time to quit.
Yeah.
Exactly, right?
Yeah, except that if you've seen anything about what ChatGPT and those sorts of things have actually been able to produce with their writing, I mean, it's not that much worse than what these writers are doing, but it is still somehow worse than what these writers are doing.
Yeah, so far. I mean, like, a couple of generations down the road, who knows?
That's why they're striking now, not a couple generations.
If you're like a Hollywood sort of like, screenwriter, like very liberal, kind of elitist kind of person, and you already believe that corporations are these soulless entities that are just like out to extract value from the workers and like do all this stuff, and you're like saying bet to this soulless company on you won't replace me with an iPad, will you? Like, yes, they will.
But their complaint is the purpose of their strike is that they're complaining that Hollywood is turning writing into a gig job. But how is it not? Isn't that kind of the definition of a gig? Right? Unless you're writing like for a TV show and you have a steady employment. Isn't that the definition of a gig opportunity, right? You write a movie, you get paid for it. Then you write another movie and you get paid for it. How is it not a gig job?
Yeah, good point.
Do you guys this is not information that I have readily available in the old brain. Did TV shows used to generally have like one or two writers who kind of wrote a whole season? Because I feel like at least some shows that was kind of the norm, like 20 years ago, 30 years ago. Like
you would have a head writer,
right?
Who would it's kind of how they would do. It's kind of morphed into the term like the showrunner. Mm-hmm. It used to be like the head writer.
Yeah, there was a head writer. There would be multiple writers that would write particular episodes, but then there was one person that was in charge of putting it all together, make sure it was coherent.
You would have a group of writers in the boardroom that you spitball off of, but you'd have the head writer who was in charge of doing like the season-wide arc, and then you delegate episodes, and he would write some, but you delegate episodes to the writer's room. And then the head writer would be responsible for making sure that those all fit within the season.
Right.
There's not
and that's kind of exactly what I mean. Did the writer's room like, hey, you read episode 1, you read episode 2, you read episode 3, or was it kind of writing by committee, sort of the whole episode?
It would depend on the show too. If it's like a syndicated show, if it's episodic, then it doesn't matter as much, right? You can just hey, I'm going to write a spin-off episode, right? Like it doesn't matter as much.
Yeah.
But when you're talking about like the more scripted shows that follow a narrative, then it's more involved.
Yeah. Because I definitely think I've seen that where like now you look at any of these shows and it's like one person who has like does not work on the entire season and does not work on the entire project. They come in, they pinch hit one episode and then they leave, right? And it's all like it honestly it seems like resume building for the friends of the show writer. Like or the showrunner,
exactly.
the showrunner gets hired and he just like brings in all of his buddies who have been waiting tables with him at friggin' Cheesecake Factory for the last 10 years. And now they all get to write a show and then hopefully make a career for themselves. And you're just left with nothing in their wake.
It's crazy. You Pips, you said you had about 20 minutes left 20 minutes ago.
Yep.
So I don't want to keep you. But I would like to.
I actually appreciate the reminder. So
I would like to leave you with one meme, if you'll indulge me.
I also probably ought to get going soon too.
Okay.
But
this was announced that Amber Heard has decided to quit Hollywood and move to Madrid. This really happened, and then the next day, this was in the news.
Oh no!
No way.
Public defecation
Wow.
again.
No way.
I don't know if it's real, but it's funny.
Gotta be fake. I mean, it looks like her, but gotta be fake. Gotta be fake. So bad.
Well, thank you so much, Pips, for coming on the show. I've found the conversation very interesting. And I like you guys. I like what you do. And again, the Discord is pinned for the rest of the stream. If you want to join the White Cloaks, also join their
good work.
Go check out their channel. They do streams like this where they just talk about stuff. And they're really entertaining blokes. And Lady Bellfire is on in a lot of their videos, and she's awesome too in the chat.
Yeah, she's got a great channel. Does also she's big into chickens and gardening, and also she's much more diverse and wholesome than we are. So
yeah, well, I want to get more of you guys on the show too. So Lady Bellfire, if you want to come on, or does the Prophet of the Dragon have a name? I can't remember. Is it
That's his channel. Yeah, so he's actually got a pretty thing. I think he's got like 5,000 subs or something like that. So he's a great dude. Check him out.
We need to milk some of those subs over here. So,
well, hey, thanks again for having me on. Thanks for the invite. It's always it always like hurts, but is also fun to talk about the.
It's therapeutic.
Like
I think
it is. Yeah, that's the perfect word for it. So you just got to talk through your pain, right? But it was fun being on. I appreciate the opportunity, and hey, hopefully we can do it again sometime.
Yeah, we're always looking for people to come on the show, so it's an open invitation.
All right. Well, hey, thanks again, and everybody.
If there's a TV show or movie that you're interested in that's dropped in, and we come on and talk about it, or just show up and hang out. So
will do. And for anyone who joins the Discord or checks us out, hey, walk in the light, and thanks again. Have a good night.
Yeah. Bye.
See you, man.
Bye.
They are cool people. Go check out the White Cloaks YouTube channel and Lady Balefire's YouTube channel and the Prophet of the Dragon. But I think those are the three big channels. There's so much news this week. Let's talk about Guardians.
Mm-hmm.
Who watched it? I did.
I saw it.
I have not.
And David didn't.
As I stated before, I am done watching Marvel movies in the theater. This is the one movie that I might make an exception for, but I'm waiting until I hear some reviews to make up my mind.
I think it's worth watching in the theater. But I've got thoughts, and I don't think I should go first.
Go ahead, Bearded.
I was going to say, no surprise. I had a lot of fun with it. It was good. fun story, unrelated to the movie itself. But we got to about 10 minutes before the end of the movie, and the screen cut out, and the fire alarm started going. So
10 minutes before the movie ended?
Yeah, 10 minutes before the movie ended.
Oh, wow. So you didn't finish?
Fun.
No, so they obviously we had to go outside for whatever. I doesn't seem like there was any actual fire. I don't know exactly what set it off, but it took them a while, but they finally let us back in. And they started back up where we left off. Although there was a minute there where, because we were so close to the end, it seemed like maybe they were just going to start a new movie because there were people showing up for the next showing that was supposed to be happening. Yeah, it was good. I think that also kind of detracted a little bit from the ending. I think there's a little bit of the way that it ended, that there's a lot of good stuff and emotional stuff, and it was a lot of fun, and then that transition from the emotional ending into the rest of it kind of made it hard because that's right where it ended, or where we got cut off. Yeah, so it was good. It was solid. I think that I'm trying to rough feelings rather than any specific reviews, but yeah, I thought it was really good.
What about you, Mexa?
Well, it started really bad for me. It started like really weird. I didn't understand if I made it like late to the cinema. No, that was the beginning of the movie. It
Yeah.
was a little bit rushed, the introduction of Adam Warlock. He just came out of nowhere, started beating everyone up. They started beating at him for no reason. They didn't even say, well, they kind of say why they were beating at him, but it was not pretty good reason. And after that, they went into the Gamora. The whole Gamora thing is just it's not that
They leaned
good.
pretty hard into that.
Yeah, it's not that good. That part is really dumb. The way they get out of the place is really stupid, but it was fun in some way. I mean, the way they did, the actual way everyone floating away and they just walking out, that was fun, but the justification was moronic. And yeah, a lot of these kind of things, very good ideas, just wasted. That's what I got me really mad about the movie. It's like the good ideas are not pursued, you know, and the bad ideas are just put over and over again. Like the whole joke about, oh, he's my best friend. Oh, second best friend. Oh, that was so funny. It's so
like
overdone.
10 times. Yeah.
It's
I think that one actually happened
overdone.
twice.
No, it was,
Well,
it was at least 3.
it was not funny the first time. It was not funny the second time. It was so unfunny the second time. The first time he's like, okay, you got a chuckle in the whole theater. And in the second one, it was like, okay, now nobody laughed. Nobody was remembering that there was like callback from before. The callbacks were freaking abysmal. The reason for the rocket name for me, I don't know. Maybe I got lost in translation, but I thought it was dumb. I thought it was like trying to justify trying to justify something that was already there. Try to find it a meaning, something more meaningful. And the whole rocket thing, it was, I don't know, manipulation, emotional manipulation at its worst. At the point that it's almost, a FEMA guy will be like, how would you treat animals like that? Something stupid like that. They almost did like this fetish of, hurting animals and put it in the screen. They almost did. They almost do it, but I'm pretty sure that they had to cut some scenes of the Rocket backstory because they were too graphic or they were just too.
It was half the movie. What?
Yeah, yeah.
And they cut scenes. You think?
Jesus, I've seen so many cutscene shows in my life. Cutscene episodes from many TV shows, and they just felt like one of those cutscene episodes. Brain Dead. a story that is just trying to give a reason for why they are showing the cutscenes in the first place.
Yeah.
And then the resolution with the whole cutscene is just, oh, this guy is. Can I go to spoilers? I mean, who cares,
Yeah.
right?
Oh
It's
yeah.
Marvel.
Spoil it.
So they get to the point where Rocket's about to die, right?
Mhm.
That was one of the stupidest scenes in the movie. They're like, you have to do it faster. Do what faster? Are you programming there? Are you downloading
there was something
things?
going on with
Is
the
the
thing wasn't
Wi-Fi?
downloading fast enough.
Is the Wi-Fi? But why
Mhm.
why did she say to him, "You gotta do it faster"?
It,
She
it
said it
was
was
She
like
going
said,
too
"You
slow
gotta
or
do it
something like that.
faster."
Yeah.
the
Yeah, she
code
said,
was downloading too slow to save
It
his
was
life.
running too slow or something
was
like that.
"Get out of YouTube. You're hovering the Wi-Fi. It's not downloading fast enough."
Yeah.
And the whole thing with the kill switch is so stupid. The kill switch works
Well,
immediately sometimes, but then with Rocket it doesn't work
no, it
immediately, and
wasn't
and it keeps him alive, like in a state of perpetual,
yeah, it's
It was a little unclear the way that they were handling it. Although
because the
they
girl
didn't show
died.
it being used anywhere
That
else. So
that
no,
girl
he
died
doesn't
there.
he doesn't use the kill switch on the
yeah, no,
otter.
he shoots her.
He shoots her with a gun.
Mhm.
I was like, surely this is the point where they're going to demonstrate the kill switch, but no, it's a gun.
And
Yeah,
that
I was
is
trying to figure out what was going
dumber.
on with
That
that.
is
Yeah.
dumber.
It's worse. I know it's
I
worse.
thought
You were
that it was the kill switch, and I was okay. At least they mentioned the kill switch again. That
Nope.
is freaking.
No, they didn't. It never came back up.
Jesus Christ!
So,
Oh my God! Ugh.
Guardians of the Galaxy #3 it's easily the best thing that Marvel has done since Endgame.
That's like saying
Not
nothing.
saying much. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like saying
It's a low
nothing.
bar. I
The
think
lowest.
it's worth seeing in theaters because the visuals are pretty great
Mhm.
and there's some good fight scenes. It has a lot of problems. There is a lot to like. There's a whole lot to dislike. If you can turn your brain off, it's a fun movie.
Mhm.
But it's really inconsistent. It's internally inconsistent, and it's inconsistent with the first two movies. It's got some glaring plot holes that just make no sense. But like
Please
the music,
expound.
huh?
What
about
are the plot holes you've seen? You
What
noticed?
about the powers of Mantis that jump from one thing to the other?
They
They really don't do much with her powers
They-
at all.
it's artificially
Well, yeah, that's the problem.
like Mexa said, it's incredibly artificially manipulative,
Hmm.
and it's emotionally manipulative, and
Yeah.
it's bad emotional manipulation.
Hmm.
It tries to make you feel bad for animals because they're so cute. What?
I was just reading the.
Oh, yeah, they're getting into you, David.
Yeah.
It's failed emotional manipulation. It's oh, don't you feel anything for these cute animals? But they also make the animals really gross at the same time. So you're like, I kind of don't want to see these things anymore. So like I was okay when they all died because they've been experimented on, whatever. They weren't they weren't very charming. And
The
more I
grew
think
on
about
me a
it,
little bit, but the bunny was pretty.
the longer I've had to sit back and think about it, I think the less I like the movie. But there are parts to like, and it's fun if you like the first one. You might not like this one because it's very tonally different. It's dark. It's not very funny. There are a couple jokes here and there that some of them work, some of them don't. And I don't think that it's a fault of the movie to try a darker tone. It's just not handled super well. If we're and the if you're talking plot holes, you asked specific plot holes, David. The bad guys got a big ship at the end, and the good guys have a big ship. And they show up and shoot the bad guy's ship one time with like a cannon, and they say, "Oh, that's all we have. That's all we can do." And then for the rest of like the 30-minute finale, the bad guy's ship just starts exploding.
Yeah, that was a little bit odd.
It's like they did it to introduce like an artificial, like a countdown clock, and it makes no sense. Like the bad guy clearly had the upper hand. He had way more like soldiers, and his entire army is killed off by James Gunn's brother. And it's just so inconsistent. If it could have used a couple more passes just to tighten up inconsistencies and contradictions. But at its core, it wasn't very fun. I appreciate that Gamora's character was handled better than Loki's, like, because it's a different character, and in Loki, it's not. New Loki is just the same Loki with the same back, like he's grown as a character.
They fast forward his character arc again early on.
So I appreciate that they didn't do that with Gamora. Like it was actually handled believably that she was horrible, like she was a different person with but it wasn't fun because she was a horrible person for the whole movie.
Yeah.
Like she was awful, and everyone just yells at each other for the whole film.
Which is a little consistent with, that's the thing, for me, it's consistent with a lot of the other Guardians movies, even if there may be some inconsistencies of like story and plot pieces. Like that's the way they are they're literally yelling at each other half of Guardians 2,
Yeah, but they're also kind of friends. Yeah, and in this one they're just yelling at each other. And so it doesn't give me hope. It does not give me hope for James Gunn's heading the DCU. I think he's capable of making a good movie in isolation. But even with across the three films, there's so many inconsistencies. He's constantly retconning his own, his own lore because he changed his mind. And it does not give me hope for him being in charge of an entire cinematic universe. Like,
is it a bomb?
You want examples? Look at Drax. Drax in Guardians 1, he's not a moron. The comedy that comes from Drax it's a translation issue. He doesn't understand metaphors and nuance, and that's why it's funny, because it's a translation, and it's hilarious.
It was way more complex. Yeah.
And then in the second movie, he's an idiot.
Yeah.
And in
he's an idiot, although they do also play a little bit with the translation issue of like he thinks things are hideous or whatever.
Yeah. And
that's a
he's literally played off as a moron, and
mostly just a moron.
And he does things that are so incompetent. You're like, I don't understand how you're still alive if you actually think this way. Like saying I believe this one's not from the Guardians, it's from the Infinity War. Like saying, I can stand so still that people can't see me. Like really? Are you a moron? It doesn't make sense. That
was funny, but
it doesn't make sense. And then in this one,
I thought it was fun.
I can agree that it's kind of a little ridiculous, but
yeah. In the thing with Drax in the second movie is that he was a moron all of a sudden, but he was at least the muscle man still. Like in the second movie, he's getting beaten one way in the first and the second movie, he's a tank, so he's getting literally sustaining all the damage from the team, while everyone is doing the damage things that is not.
And in this one, he gets shot twice, and he basically
exactly. He does nothing, and he gets shot down and dies like a dog in the street.
And on that note, there were a whole bunch of fake out deaths that just are silly. Like Mantis, him, like a bunch of But talking about other inconsistencies, Yondu in Guardians 2 is he retcons everything and says, "Oh no, because I want to do this with his character." He was a good guy the whole time. He wasn't like he's literally the villain. In the sub villain in the first movie, like he threatens to eat babies, And oh no, but he was just joking about that in
Yeah.
Guardians 2 because I decided that I wanted him to be a surrogate father for Star-Lord. And in isolation, Guardians 2, it works, but across
Yeah.
both films, it's like, what?
A
Really?
little inconsistent, yeah.
It's a total
Yeah.
tonal shift. And in Guardians 3, they do the same thing with Rocket. And just like the tweet that we saw that we criticized earlier, where James Gunn came out and said, "Oh, turns out Rocket has been the main character of all of these Guardian films the whole time.
Right.
He's my favorite character.
Yeah.
It's all been like, are you serious? Like, Guardians 2 is literally the entire story is about Star-Lord's genealogy, right?
So yes, but at the same time too, there's a lot about Rocket in
Yeah,
Guardians.
there is, and you can clearly see that he likes
and,
that,
and
that's
the
fine.
parallels between Rocket and Yondu is a big running theme of that story, of being like pushing people away, all of that sort of stuff, and the way that
Yeah.
Yondu says,
But he's the second-
you're just me. That's how I know who you are, because you're me being a jerk to push people away.
He's the second best character, literally. He functions as the main character of the Beast story. That's his main personality, and that's what he did with, well, basically that's what he did with this movie, because the Beast story was the cutscene story, and he was the protagonist all throughout it, and then the A story, which was a freaking mess. To be honest, the A story was a freaking mess. They didn't even know where to start. The editing, the way they set up the scenes, the way they set up the transition into the cutscenes is so janky. Like it feels like Resident Evil. It felt like the Resident Evil show a lot. I was having some freaking flashbacks of that terrible show.
Yeah. And there's literally a line in the movie where they say to Rocket, this has been your story the whole time. You just didn't know. And you're like, really? Like, yeah, he was a big part of the stories, but he wasn't the main character. He's definitely the main character of this movie. The movie just craps all over Star-Lord the whole time. It does. It makes him a joke. It makes Adam Warlock a joke.
Yeah,
the whole. It's insulting what they do to Adam Warlock. Okay?
I don't see. I would not go to that extreme to say that it completely craps on him, but it does definitely.
Really, they literally say, "Look at him. He's retarded." Look at Adam Warlock. There's clearly something wrong with this guy. He's a freaking idiot. That's actual dialogue from the movie.
Well, mostly.
That's dialogue from the movie, dude. Okay, but the point is that the inconsistency. And we'll get into we're moving. I'm talking about between movies. Rocket's character completely changes in this one as well. Like in the first two movies, he's a jerk. He's self-absorbed and horrible. And in this one, because he wanted him to be the main character, he says, no, he was just misunderstood the whole time.
Well,
he's actually
you could argue
super
that's
caring.
been his character arc, though, because in the second one they call
it's not an arc. It's not an arc. It's not an arc if it just does a 180.
No. I would agree with Beard that the first time in this show,
he's doing a character arc, but the character arc began at the end of the last movie or halfway through the last movie, where they're calling him out for being a jerk. For no good reason. He doesn't need to be, and he's just trying to protect himself.
Okay,
he needs to embrace his family.
It could have worked. I get what they were going for. I get what they were going for, and it could have worked if there was a line of dialogue saying, "Yes, if he admits it." The problem is he never admits it. He never says, "Yes, I was a jerk, and it's because of this." And that's all it needed was one line of dialogue saying, "Yes, I lashed out because I was afraid of attachment because of what happened in the past." And instead, it's just no, you're perfect the whole time. You're clearly the main character of the story, and literally half of the entire movie is dedicated to flashbacks of Rocket and his traumatic past, and it's all stuff that we already knew. None of it was revelatory. It's just, hey, he was tortured and he was turned into a thing by a psychopath. Like, there was like 2 lines of dialogue that gave us new information, and yet half of the movie focuses on that because it wants to be emotionally manipulative and it wants you to care about these animals, also that it can build up to a freaking a Harry Potter scene at the end where he's in this white hallway and he sees Voldemort crumpled up in the little thing, and the otter says, the reason that you're still alive is because your Horcrux code, it had to be destroyed before it could be downloaded into you, and so you can come with us, but not yet. It was so stupid. So like,
I thought it was a lot better than that, but yeah.
it was painful. It was
Bro,
lots of moments in this movie that just don't make sense.
And talking inconsistencies, the whole thing about Mantis powers, I was
Oh
tripping
yeah.
out.
So what were you getting at with that? Because
in the second movie, she appears in the second movie, right?
she
That's
comes
where
from the second movie, yeah.
yeah. In the second movie, her power was so intriguing. I was literally the whole movie was doing what is her power? She seems so OP. And
why didn't she use her powers to talk to the little girls whose language they didn't understand? Oh, it's because they didn't think of that, and they wanted Drax to have that revelation that he spoke that language.
So there's inconsistent usage of them, but they're not presented as like having different limitations or abilities at different times. Like she touches people and can do stuff to their mind. She can make them feel things and make them think.
Yeah,
things.
but for example,
and that's very
it's
consistently
inconsistent
presented the entire
because
time.
in the first movie that she saw in the second, in the second one, she has to maintain contact with the person to actually keep the effect of her manipulation.
Yes,
and that's
That might be
why
a little
she struggles
inconsistent
with
there, yeah.
Thanos
in
because
this movie she can literally just erase people's minds.
No, she can
No, she
say,
did that before. She says forget for
get
some other
new,
things before, yeah.
insert device in your rectum and jump off the building, like, and just touch his.
There's only
and
one
then
scene where she touches him and tells him one thing, and then he
Like,
keeps staying under the
like
influence.
she literally touched one
But-
guy and said, "You're in love with this guy, even though you're probably not gay, but doesn't mind. You're gay now."
Yeah, it's silly. It's silly.
Yeah.
Also, the weird flesh planet was a little bit too weird for me. It was a little too out there, and the dumbest thing is that what's the one thing that's been consistent about Star-Lord in the first two movies and in the Avengers movies that he's been in? Like what's been he's always had them in his kit.
Talking about his guns.
Every single movie, he's had rocket boots,
yeah.
and he's had the little space visor thing.
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm.
And for some reason, in this movie, he doesn't have them because
doesn't
it's
do anything.
necessary for the finale for us to think that he's going to die.
Mm-hmm.
Because he has to go through space and he does the thing, which was cool. It was cool how he did the little shooter thing.
That was
and
very
it was
cool.
like, oh, it almost worked, but then he hit into a thing, and then he's do the thing. You have rocket boots, and halfway through the movie, they're like, "Oh no, what are we gonna do? We're gonna die because of heights. We have to jump off this ship, and there's no way we could possibly survive. Oh, except that he has rocket boots,
And the rocket boots they are able to lift another person. He already lifted Gamora when she was flying off the planet, and the reason why there was a plot point on the first movie where he gives the helmet to Gamora and he's dying because of that, and that was a pretty important part of the first movie. And in this movie, it's like, okay, if you're not gonna do a single goddamn thing in the whole movie. He doesn't do a thing. He tries to hit on a girl and he gets freaking demolished. She's like, okay, I thought you was a douchebag or something like that. Literally, those words.
Then he still does convince her to do what he wants.
The only thing he does is with Groot. The whole thing with the guns, which was
that was
if
cool.
you know anything about shooting,
that was a good scene.
But if you know anything about shooting, that makes no sense. Why would you just shoot around in a circle like in a cool movie? It was more like a cool thing than actual functional thing, you know. But that's okay. It was a pretty good thing. Pretty cool thing, you know. The final scene, the final battles.
We got shout out. The Nerdporio Lifeform has his own channel too. Okay, so go check out his.
Nerdporio. Nerdporio. Oh yeah, like Nerdporio.
Yeah.
Nice.
Well, we need to get you on the show too sometime, man. You give us a bunch of money and you're cool. Sorry.
But that's the thing with the movie. And Warlock as well. He was
such a joke.
just he was
just
literally, I
just
counted the scenes. He
craft
was in
all over
5
constantly.
in I mean 6 scenes. He was in 6 scenes in the whole movie, and in 4 of them, because I counted them, in 4 of them they just shit on him. They rubbish him. They say basically that he's mentally challenged, that he was prematurely born.
He called him a preemie. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
yeah,
what
he,
they did explain it away a little bit, and I think that they brought him around. I think that that's one of those ones where I wonder if there was a change in direction, where because they set him up in the end of Guardians 2, and then they do nothing with him until now. And I think that it's
Well,
like,
yeah,
oh wait, we're just gonna.
yeah.
He was
So
supposed to be an antagonist, but he's
James
generally
Gunn
a good
was
guy. And
being smart and trying to introduce the character for the Infinity Gauntlet saga
Yeah.
because he's
Yep.
very important to that story.
Yeah,
But then they
Warlock
fired
is
him, but then they
central
fired
to
James
it.
Gunn for a mean tweet. And so they tossed his ideas out, and now he's like, okay, well, it's over. But I guess Adam Warlock's still a thing.
I mean,
Yeah, but that's the other thing too, is he at least followed up on that. He didn't just let that thread.
No, but he destroyed
I appreciated that.
He destroyed every possibility of any character in this movie to ever be able to be in another Marvel movie ever again, because this is the finale of the saga.
So
There's
it's
not going
it's the
to
end of
be
this group of Guardians.
the villain is gone. The villain, which
The villain was really good though.
the villain was starting to look very good. The actor is really
acting wise was he
Jonathan
was acted
Major
incredibly
is a
well.
joke. Jonathan Major is a joke compared to this guy.
Yeah, going like if you go back and watch. I mean, don't do it. But if you go back and watch Jonathan Major as King,
watch it,
and then watch this, you're like, wow, oh wow, okay, one of these is not like the other.
Yeah,
and
it puts him
acting.
to freaking shame, and he acted so good, but his motivations, well, if he even had some, were so dumb. His whole 5, 6 scenes, he also had like 6 scenes in the whole movie, and he's like,
he's hardly in the movie at all.
He only says like punchlines or like 2-liners.
The
He
one
only says like
the
one-liners.
one scene where they finally get to fight him too is over in like 5 seconds.
Well, he's also not going to.
And it's mostly monologues.
He's got like telekinesis, dude. It was awesome. He was smashing people around, and then he's just killed in one scene.
Forget telekinesis. He controls gravity. He says gravity.
Yeah,
it's
cool.
He was cool. Cool effects. And he looked better than Murdoch. Why didn't they do Murdoch like this guy? You know, he looked way better. Like he looked like actual makeup. Like the makeup work. I was gonna say the makeup work in all the characters was really good. Really,
I loved that shot where he gets beaten up and like his little mask thing is like flopping off. I was like, oh, ooh, I like that. I liked it a lot.
That was a good thought.
Before it comes up to take that off, we're like, oh no, don't do that.
Oh no, I liked it.
That's called dedication.
that does go into the issue though that like this is not a kids movie. It's very graphic. It's Disney's first F word from Chris Pratt.
It was oddly placed.
Gamora said shit.
I was debating whether or not I should take Elliot to go see it with me, and I'm very glad I didn't.
Yeah,
it was a little odd, but
and like the
why did they even good night, bro? What did they even do the R-rated? Did they even R-rated, or is just PG-13?
No, it's PG-13.
Okay.
You can get away with 1, maybe 2, depends on where you're at. There's a couple different.
They were so missed time. They could have used them so much better with
Good night, Jacob.
Yeah.
It was a very weird spot to have. It was a little too. Yeah, there were a lot of other better places that they could have used it.
Yeah. Gamora. My thing with Gamora is that she acts like a petulant child for the whole movie.
Oh, she's insufferable. Also, she doesn't add anything. She didn't need to be in the movie. She didn't add anything or didn't change anything. If she wasn't in the film, it would be the same movie.
I agree with Bearded that in the second movie she's also, or who said that the second movie she's also a petulant child. But in the first movie, she's such an interesting character because she's angry. She's an angry person, but she's also an experienced assassin that is so dangerous that innate fear. You know, it's someone that you should fear. And in the first movie, they did such a great work of making you be aware of her. You know, making
Yeah.
making feel dangerous. You didn't know if 1 minute she's going to slit your throat, and in 1 minute she's going to be chilling and eating or
Yeah,
something.
they
That was
actually.
very
I felt like I recognized a little bit of that old Gamora from the beginning of the first movie in this occasionally.
It
They
was-
really did. I think some of that jerkishness was what you would see, that cold, hard.
Yeah, but yeah.
But
Well,
not
they
all
took
of
it too far, and like everything with this movie, they took it too far to the point that it has no longer
Yes.
the
Yes.
I
the
will also say this though, even though they took it too far with a lot of this stuff, it was not as bad as like Thor, Love and Thunder, like
Oh,
taking it too far. Like
Oh,
there's a
absolutely,
lot of
yes.
other examples.
No,
of
like
No,
we
it's
Marvel taking
it's
things
much.
where
It's
like,
it's
yeah.
literally it's the best movie that they've made since Endgame.
yeah.
I think it's better than Spider-Man.
Yeah.
Really?
That's not really
First off, Spider-Man doesn't really count, and second off, when I say that I was wrong about Spider-Man, I was wrong about me and my enjoyment of the film.
Mhm.
All of the criticisms that I had before seeing the movie were confirmed. The plot is stupid, but I enjoyed it in spite of those complaints.
Yeah. And I think that this falls in.
But I think that this movie is more
like,
competently made. Like
Yeah.
storytelling wise, it's far better than Spider-Man.
Yeah.
I just enjoyed Spider-Man a lot because it was fun to see the people. Right.
Yeah, and I don't know. That's where I fall on this one. Like most of the, even though like yes, it's very obvious emotional manipulation. Like I bought into it. I rode along with it for it. I wasn't mad about it, even though it was obvious that it was going on for that. And I thought they did it well for what they were doing. But I don't know.
The other thing I hated about this movie is they made all of the women ugly.
Not Gamora.
Yeah.
Mm.
They took away Nebula's boobs.
Mhm.
She looked horrible the entire time. And Gamora had gross, oily, matted hair the entire time. And her outfits were unflattering and just dumb. And her personality was dumb. It literally, and here's the kicker, even the Sovereign chick, the Aisha, I had to look it up, who's literally supposed to be perfection incarnate.
Mm-hmm.
They made her look like a hag the entire
Although
movie.
they did that at the end of Guardians 2 as well, because they had her with the like totally unkempt hair and everything else like that in the end of Guardians 2.
Yeah, but women, because it made sense because she was frustrated in that moment. But
and I think
she's gonna go comb her. She's gonna
go
comb her hair after that.
I think the idea being that she continues to be that level of frustrated moving.
No, it was ridiculous. Everyone, they were all ugly. They were all just ugly people.
There's also the problem of the fact that like beauty is a very subjective thing. So maybe they weren't pretty to you, but like I thought that they were still pretty for the most part. I can acknowledge like her hair was ridiculously unkempt.
It was ugly.
The
compare her.
Nebula
go look at her
not as
and
attractive
compare
as
her
she
to the
has
first
been.
two movies.
But, like, yeah,
there is a
Gamora, I
noticeable
thought, still
trend.
looked mostly great. Like there was, of course, the scenes where they're going on the biology, the bioplanet, whatever thing, right? That those outfits aren't flattering to anyone. Absolutely, they weren't flattering.
That's not what I'm complaining about.
When she shows up when she's hanging out on the ship while they're all doing their stuff, she's in a fine outfit. I thought it was a very flattering outfit.
Yeah, it
Not
was
like,
not.
yeah, I thought it was fine.
No. She looked
seen
like
it, so-
a she-male.
Yeah, yes.
I can't comment,
Volume
but-
3 does it ends the story of these characters and somewhat unsatisfactorily. Satisfactorily.
But Karen Gilligan, it was one of the best things of the movie, probably.
She was great. She was great, and I wish that she looked hot.
Her voice, like I don't know. I got surprised that her voice can go that low. Her
She
timbre
plays
of
the
voice,
character very well.
Yeah, it's that's a lot of
actress.
work.
Yes, it's very similar to what they did to Evangeline Lilly in Ant-Man and the Wasp.
Yeah, but Evangeline Lilly was worse. Like she looked sick. Like she looked like she was dying or something.
Yeah.
I haven't seen it. I've seen some comments. I don't know if those are the ones that you're referring to. If there's something more recent, but yeah, she's been pretty outspoken about how they've treated her.
Yeah, they're treating her like trying to make men look like
more
like and girls
more
be
just
annoying.
Random stupid plot things when they show up to the Flesh Planet. They're literally like parked right outside, and they have a meeting with like hundreds of Ravager ships. And there's a line of dialogue where they say, "Oh, this thing is constantly being monitored. There's people patrolling everywhere." And no one sees these hundreds of ships having a like you meet somewhere else and then do the thing. And then even when they're doing the infiltration, there's not one scene of a patroller outside. And you're like it's just so inconsistent. There were just silly things. And then they were trying to play off the whole like, oh, we're not going to kill anyone. And they clearly in that scene, in that fight scene, they kill a whole bunch of people. And it was just dumb.
I don't know. For me, those are all little nitpicky things, and while they're absolutely there's a lot.
No, sorry.
Those,
before we move on, the one chick who gets to be hot in the movie, ding, ding, ding! It's James Gunn's wife, everybody.
Which one is that?
Oh no! Don't tell me she's in this movie too.
Yep, she was the controller. Hey, no, at the Flesh Planet place.
Wow.
It was very sasatisfying to see her get shot in the leg, though. At the end of that scene, though, I really liked that part. I was like, okay, at least she's okay.
I was like, hell yeah! They could have taken that whole scene so much farther. Like I was imagining like a Rick and Morty bit where they just kidnap the whole station and they're like, okay, let me think, or something funny like that.
Yeah. That whole sequence.
Okay, shoot everyone, just kill everyone.
The whole Flesh Planet sequence was just nonsensical.
Useless nonsense, chaos, most than anything.
They're inconsistent with Groot being a good pilot too. There's some scenes where he's like doing awesome stuff, and then there's that scene where he like crashes the whole ship because he doesn't know how to fly.
Where did they show him being a competent pilot?
In the end, they have him flying one of the ships and like killing a bunch of guys.
Yeah. It's still to me that was not a like, look at how great he is at flying, look at how terrible he is at flying. Look, it was more of a like, look, he's not great at flying, and he can maybe hold his own over here, maybe. Okay, where he's not trying to land
and they stopped caring about Groot as a character, right? Because in the first two movies, Groot was great. Like he was managed great. His powers, his whole thing about being an angsty teenager was funny. That's one of the funniest things about the second movie, and he's just not utilized this movie. He the only thing he does is getting wings at the end, which was the most brain dead thing. I was
unnecessary
like,
because
I was
rocket boots. Like, they didn't need wings. They have rocket boots.
Exactly. I was like,
it looked dumb.
It doesn't make sense.
I thought it looked kind of fun, but it was pretty ridiculous.
I did like that Star-Lord straight up killed the guy in that scene though, and I was like, like that felt like it was like his emotional arc, and that was really good. Also, they straight up not even a genocide. They just murder an entire planet of people, and no one bats an eye.
Well, they were batting eyes. They were pissed about it.
It's that whole and then the how much time they spent with the Bat family was just so silly. I was like, what is this? I don't understand the choices this movie is making.
I wish that was like the beginning of the movie because that would have made more sense. Like that was the beginning of the trailer, and I thought that was going to be the beginning of the movie, and it would have made way more sense. It would have been way more funnier because also, that bit was the only funny thing. Drax smashing, bashing that girl into pieces with the ball, where he smashed his head.
Yeah,
I felt like that transgender girl that just obliterated out the other girl from in
the movie's volleyball. Saving grace is that it has nothing to do with the MCU. There's literally it's nothing because it was supposed to be made years ago, right? So the script is old and rewritten and stuff, but it literally affects nothing. You don't even, and that's why I was able to, just in spite of like the internal inconsistency, I was able to enjoy myself in theaters because I forgot that it was an MCU movie.
Damn.
They don't even mention that Thor was with them for years.
Well, it was probably supposed to happen before that, before they met up with Thor and the Avengers.
Well, no, because he meets up. I'm pretty sure it was still supposed to happen post Endgame.
Yes, it's post Endgame.
But initially,
No, I think even initially it was supposed to be post Endgame.
I am so freaking
because
confused
because
about
James
the
Gunn
timelines now.
when when Endgame happened, James Gunn was on Twitter saying, "Oh, I didn't know that they were going to kill Gamora." He was a little upset about that. Understandably so.
Why? It was great.
Yeah, it was good.
And it was brain dead that he
But
brought it back.
he had already started writing.
Brain-dead.
He'd already started writing Guardians 3 and then finds
Yeah,
out that
but
one of his characters is dead.
just put Gilligan. I mean,
Yeah,
what is it?
it's fine.
Nebula. Just put Nebula. Just Nebula did a whole lot in this movie. That she was like a freaking Swiss knife. Everything she did.
She was able to do everything. Yeah.
She was fusing metal. She was
the only one that threw me off was when she took control of the ship. That one was like, okay.
that was like okay.
That made sense though, because it was the control panel, but it was broken, so she just hardwired to it directly.
But she would know what it is. She knows where to connect to each of the different pieces. I don't know. That one was a little bit. That was a little bit further.
She had D1000.
Yeah,
I was more concerned about the 30-minute sequence of rescuing animals and kids, which was just riveting.
The whole ending, because there's the bait and switch ending, and then there's the ending. That is like a 15-20 minute.
Yeah, even the post-credits endings mention nothing about the MCU, and I was like, "Yeah, that's great. I don't care."
For real, for me, it's like, okay, that's a waste of time then to watch the movie.
Okay, what was the first? I forget what the first post-credit scene was.
I don't remember
what the first one was.
I know the second one was him talking about it with his grandpa.
No.
But they were so forgettable. Like, who cares about the grandpa?
Oh, the first credit scene was the new Guardians team, and then the callback to the Huga Chaka, and we're gonna. And honestly, that scene was actually kind of good. I was like, yeah, it was funny. That it was lighthearted, and it was funny to see all like the villagers like panicking and them just like trying to choose a song to fight to. I thought that was a really well done scene.
What I will also say is, I think that we've really worked ourselves up about these post-credit scenes. They've always been dumb and pointless.
No, but they've always at least teased something to come in the
future.
Not
always. Look at the
they never.
Scene.
No,
what did that tease? That didn't tease anything.
Which one?
Like the shawarma scene at the end of the first Avengers.
Oh yeah, like that was funny.
That didn't tease anything. Mostly they're just a fun little extra bit, and sometimes they have teased something else. But half the time they've also literally been a trailer or a scene from the next movie rather than the other thing. But I think we worked ourselves up because during phase 1 and phase 2 it was such a novel thing. It had been done so rarely before, and there was fun bits in them.
Yeah.
And then we started getting these teases of stuff, and then they went back to just being a fun bit. And everyone's like, "Oh, it's so garbage! It's so garbage."
But the reason it's gone back is because they don't know what's coming next.
There's probably a piece of that too, but also so
no, I don't mind. I don't mind that it's more focused on the film itself. That's not what I'm complaining about.
Well,
I'm just saying it's ironic that they've stopped doing them because they don't have a plan.
Yeah. But what was the point of waiting around for just seeing, in Doctor Strange 2, where we wait around to see him stop punching himself and go, it's over. Like, people are like, oh, that was so pointless. I'm like, yeah. And what about the scene at the end of the first Spider-Man where you get Captain America walking in, giving you a lecture about patience and how sometimes you wait for something and it doesn't pay off or anything. That was literally making fun of the fact that you waited around for nothing. Like, how was that any less or more meaningful than the one where it's like, oh, it was pointless to see Bruce Campbell's character stop punching himself? Like, they've often been very pointless scenes, and it's just fun to get another little bit at the end of the movie. Like, I think the people are like too harsh on
I think you're right. I think
that's not my complaint at all. Yeah,
I know, but I don't know. I was thinking about that earlier, especially because of the group that I was with. We had sat through these 2.5 hours of movie. Took a 45-minute break while we were waiting for the firefighters to clear the theater, came back in for 10 minutes, or at least a handful of us did. And then it's like, do we wait for the end of the, like, and so I'm I think there's 2 post-credit scenes. And then the last time that I did that, in another movie, somebody was walking, I was like, that was pointless. I don't know why I stuck around for that. And so I'm like already like primed to be like, they've always been pointless. Just have fun with it. I don't know.
Yeah, I think
they are not as pointless as the ones in She-Hulk. Let me tell you that.
For sure.
The one with the laundry and the girl doing chores around the house with the dad.
Yeah, there were some pretty.
Yeah, that she
If
was
I'm
putting the
honest,
TV
I
on,
I
and
don't think I saw any of those because I just skipped.
Yeah, well,
oh,
they
thank
stopped
God you
doing them
didn't
too. Like
saw them, bro.
the
Okay,
first
thank
couple
God,
They've
episodes
been
man.
had
inconsistent with
post-credit
all the
scenes.
shows. They've only done post credits on some.
Yeah,
of
and that's
the
horror.
episodes.
That's horror.
Yo,
Why would you do
yeah,
that
it
for a
is
TV
really,
show? It's a TV show. Like, don't
yeah.
do post credit stuff
Exactly.
unless it's the last episode, because
Yeah,
no one's people are gonna miss. It's stupid.
yeah.
Stupid.
I wouldn't even hate it if you did the post credit. If you were consistent with it, you do it on the first and last, or you do it on all of them, or you do it on just the last one, or you just do it on none of them. But don't do it
Right.
on like 3 of them and then none of the rest.
Yeah, I think
like that's dumb.
forgot
Like
they forgot to do it for the rest, like for like the
or they
last
just, yeah,
4 or 3
stop trying. I don't know. It was
episodes.
weird.
They stopped
Yeah.
caring.
But I think you're right, Bearded Jared. I think the only really post-credit scenes that mattered to the MCU was really in Phase 1 when they were building up to the first Avengers.
Yeah, there were a handful of them. There was a
But-
couple of them. Like, okay, so you get
Yeah.
Nick Fury popping in talking about
Exactly.
the Avenger Initiative, right? So you get that
Those
one.
are the ones that
You get one or two of those that
yeah.
really kind of build something in there. And you even get a couple of them going into like the one coming into Black Panther, where you I don't remember what it was at the end of, but you basically have the scene of Cap and Sam with Bucky's arm in like a vice, where they're like quizzing him about
Right.
like, do you know who you are?
Yeah,
Have you
yeah.
lost control or whatever? That's literally a scene from that next movie. It was it Black Panther? I don't know. Anyway, so it's like, okay, you've got a couple of those, but then most of them have just been like a dumb fun scene, like the shawarma
Yeah,
scene,
you're-
or like
you're
even in
absolutely
the
right.
original Guardians, just like Groot dancing at the end. Like, cool, that was it. That's all.
Yeah.
That's all you needed.
Yeah.
You know, I don't know.
Yo, but Groot dancing, come on, that was freaking
was a
freaking
good one.
creative. That
Yeah,
was
so
freaking
in the first
creative.
one, I will say that Groot dancing at the end of this one, I was like, what beat are you listening to? Because I don't think it's the beat that I'm listening to
Yeah,
right now.
yeah, yeah. He was
Yeah.
So
he was
and
stiff as
but
Paco
that's,
wood
I
or
mean,
something. Like
he's a piece of wood. He can be stiff, but at the same
Mhm.
time, like he's like moving to a beat that's like totally different than the like do, 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 and he's like do 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 do. And you're like, what are you dancing to? You're playing it like this is the
Postmodern.
song that's playing over the speakers here. And
Out of the
I will
three
also say
out of the 3 Guardians movies, where does this one rank? Sorry, you can finish your thought
Last.
and then answer.
no, I was just gonna say, I will say of the songs. So that's one of the big things from these Guardians movies is the songs are always a lot of
Yeah,
fun.
they're used very well.
There's
Yes.
there's a lot of really well used songs, and there's
I
a
don't
handful of them that
know.
I'm like, they didn't hit for me. You know, like that ending song didn't necessarily hit for me.
There's a
Except a
part
little
where
bit,
they
because,
use like 3 songs in less than 15 minutes,
Yeah.
and I'm like, come on.
they definitely
Calm the
were
fuck
like, oh,
down,
this is our
yeah.
thing that we play pop songs, and it didn't. They just leaned into it a little too hard, but it wasn't to the degree of like even a Thor Ragnarok. I think leaned into things too hard for some of it. And again, Thor: Love and Thunder being another example of leaning way hard into something. This one leaned a little hard into a couple of things, you know. But
Yeah, and it seems like they ran out of the cool songs because holy moly, like they were getting songs from the Duran Duran album of
well, I think
1980s.
I think part of the problem is they were also trying to push forward a decade for each. So you had the 70s, and then you had the
Yeah.
80s,
The
and this one was
90s.
supposed to be during the 90s, and it starts into the 2000s, and you see him click down into the 2000s, and it's like there's just not quite that same level. I mean, there are some really good songs from the 80s, from the 90s and 2000s,
He
but
needed
they don't quite hit the same.
the
as
He
some
needed
of
to
the
go
nostalgia
singles.
grunge.
is not
He needed to
quite
go
there.
grunge. Yeah, I would have been
Exactly.
I would have been
That
happy if
would've
the
been-
whole movie was just Nirvana.
Yeah.
Ooh, that would have been so
Yeah,
freaking
that would've
cool.
been
Not
good.
only Nirvana, but grunge, happy punk, or
Put in some like a Bowling for Soup. That would have been freaking awesome.
Yeah, that would have
Yeah.
been some songs.
even Rage Against the Machines, things like
Yeah,
that.
the songs that were some of the songs worked well, and
Were
some
great,
of
yeah.
some of them were like, I don't even know what this
Yeah,
song
it was
is.
like, I
No,
don't
this
know if
guy.
recognize
Yeah, I
the
was
song,
like,
you know.
what?
I'm a kid
Like
that
I
grew
say,
up in
what
the
album
90s,
of
so,
Duran
like,
Duran did you took this shit out? No, but it feels like James Cameron or the guy that's doing the music, like he had like this album where it says biggest hits of the last 50 years or
2000s,
something like that,
yeah.
and he was running out of hits. Yeah, he
Yeah.
ran out of hits because in the first movies the music is sublime. In
Yeah,
the first
yeah.
movie, my God, it's music that
so
I
good.
always heard and I always loved, and then I saw it in the screen with this great action, funny, great character movie. And then we get this, and it's like, okay, why are you putting 3 songs in less than 15 minutes when you're cruising around space? Like, it makes no sense. There's no
Yeah.
scene. And when it started with Creep, I almost walk out of the freaking movie theater when that. I love that. I love that song, but it's been used to death. And the mere fact that they got the nerve to
Yeah.
use it in this
I love
movie.
I love the song. It did not work for me.
No.
Which one was that
And the
one you said?
cover. Did you
Creep.
hear
It opens with Creep. It opens with
Yeah,
Rocket
I'm a
walking around.
creep.
The movie
Oh,
opens.
yeah.
The opening scene is Rocket putting on Creep and walking around their planet, their head planet, crying.
Well, he's not quite
Yeah.
crying, but yes. Yeah.
But he's
He's just
It,
checking out
like
everything
compared
that's
to
going
the intros to the first two movies, you're just like,
The intro to number
what am I
2 was
watching?
so
lazy.
good.
Yeah,
Oh yeah,
that was so lazy. Like the second intro was one of the things that got me most excited about the rest of the movie. Although the second movie was a little bit of a a letdown in the ending,
I liked
but
it.
the beginning and many parts of the middle were really 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 good, and specifically in these kind of things where the fighting style and the camera work and the way it's shot
That-
is pretty creative. That
That actually is
interesting
one
was
thing that I noticed during one of those closing fight scenes where they're tearing up all the hellspawn or whatever. There was definitely cuts in there. I think they snuck some cuts in there, but they played it like a lot of long cuts, and it actually was really kind of interesting to see.
Yeah,
yeah
that.
in the ending.
And
Yeah,
the one
but-
shot,
you know.
the one shot was done very well.
Yeah.
Yeah, the ending in the ending. But that's the only thing. Yeah.
There were also a lot of times where they paused the action to like have emotional beats that didn't fit, like pacing wise. You're like, there were it's the cliche that let's stop in the middle of the battle scene to talk to the character who's dying, and it happened a lot in this movie, and you're like,
Okay, that's good.
It
was
felt
really
like
predictable.
it felt like Zack Snyder doing slow mo in 300. Like it kept okay, like I liked it
back
the
to
first
that
couple
well.
times, and then
Yeah.
we're doing it a little bit too much there, Zack Snyder.
The movie.
I don't know. I thought it was a really good movie.
Where does it
I had
rank?
a lot of fun
Where does
with
it rank
Yeah,
in
trying to
the
think
Three
about-
Guardians? I think it's last. I think it's dead last.
I think it is last.
Okay, we agree. Show's over, everybody.
Show's over. I will say, speaking of Nirvana, and Mark Clark was talking in the live chat last week, saying that I should just start my own optimism, show. I actually have been considering starting my own channel.
Everyone else on the show has their own
I
YouTube
have their
channel,
own,
dude.
right? So I might do that, and I had some ideas of having my intro song having to do with Nirvana's "Smells Like Teen Spirit." Here I am now, entertain me. Just focus on
There you
that.
go. That's a
And
good.
my wife suggested that I could call it Nerdvana. So I might.
Yeah,
consider
there you
doing
go.
that. So
I think that might be a thing already.
it probably is. That's the thing, is it's such an easy pun that I wouldn't be surprised.
Like a restaurant. Okay. Yeah, there's a
I think I
website.
Googled
There's
it
a
very quickly. It
website.
was not so obvious, but it was like I would not be surprised if this already exists out there. Yeah.
Yep.
Nerdvana
There's a
Media.
restaurant Nerdvana. There's a geek shop Nerdvana.
Yep.
Jackson, Tennessee.
It's not a bad name though. I don't think there's a YouTube.
Yeah.
So
Yep. There's a Twitter.
yeah. I enjoyed myself in the theaters, but I had a whole lot of complaints, and it could have been a lot better. And it's easily the best thing Marvel has done since in
That's
Endgame,
yeah.
and it's also easily the worst Guardians movie.
That's why I get
Still worth seeing in the theater. right?
critical about it, nitpicky about it, because it could have been so good. It could have been the best movie of the Guardians of the Galaxy. It was the last one, and it could have a little bit more care put up to it. But I don't think that James Cameron was caring about this saga anymore. He was
James
more
Gunn,
focused. Yeah, James.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah,
Gunn.
you can tell. Yeah, but he's
Yeah.
like he's like I want to just. It's his goodbye.
Mhm.
You can tell he put in effort to like, hey, I just want to say goodbye to my characters, but he didn't give it everything.
Just
I was
the
gonna say,
ending,
You could tell he's got
Yeah.
one foot out the door.
just the
I wouldn't have
beginning
thought-
alone.
Yeah.
And understandably so. Like, I'd be pissed at Disney too. Like,
Although, interestingly enough, the person that got him, that like fired him from Disney, would have been Alan Horn, was the like head of their movie productions, and he went and was being an advisor to the head dude of WB before they hired James Gunn, and so he was probably also involved in getting him hired
oh, that's funny.
at WB, which is kind of
I
fun.
think I saw a meme about that. Yeah. Anyway,
Wow.
yeah, no, it doesn't. It even though I liked it, I had tons of problems, and it does not give me hope for the DCU at all. I don't think he's. I think he's incredibly inconsistent across the board, and all he knows how to, he knows how to do anti-heroes really well. He knows, but like even like when he listed his favorite comic books, he didn't list very traditional comic books. The ones he likes are like the ones that are, deconstructions and stuff like I don't see him being in charge of the DCU. I don't see it succeeding, and I am not excited for the Flash.
Yeah, I'm going to be curious to see how he does with Superman, because that'll be obviously that's the tone setter for all of it moving forward. He's actually writing it.
I can't imagine him writing a Superman movie.
Yeah,
it does not compute.
It's a hard one for me to even like wrap my brain around and thinking about, because everything about his tone and everything else that he's done doesn't really seem like a great Superman fit. But if he can pull that off, that's a big good sign,
Yeah, I'm gonna wait for the first shows, and then I'm gonna, they are probably going to be the thing that is going to show us what the future will be with the DC, with the new DC universe, and I am not excited about it. I think nobody's going to care about the Flash. Nobody's going to care about Blue Beetle, and nobody's going to care about the Aquaman movie.
No.
They don't even care about it themselves. So
I'm actually excited about Blue Beetle, but at least half of it's because I also enjoy Cobra Kai, and the main character from Cobra Kai is the lead character in that. I've seen some interviews with him too. I kind of like him as it seems like a good guy.
It looks
Cholo.
CW She-Hulk level of acting in that trailer.
Yeah, I hate that the guy
that.
calls himself a Mexican and that guy is Californian. Like, he's from California. Like, come on.
There are
answer your question,
yeah, Cholo.
there
His last name is Spanish. Like, he's from Spain. He's probably his king grandpa is from Spain.
Yeah.
We're coming up on the 4-hour mark. So
yeah,
I was trying to leave around the same time that Pip did, but then you finally started talking about something I could contribute about. So
I'm sorry. We accommodate
I know you got to guess. You got to make
special
sure
guests first.
Yep.
I don't respect it should be the other way around.
Oh, before we go, I gotta tell you that the most Mexican story you ever heard.
Yeah.
So, right before the show, the reason why I was late to the show, I was eating pozole again. I already tell you out, and every time and for those that don't know, every time you eat pozole, you have to eat it with tostadas.
Yeah.
There's always tostada, on the side, and you use it, like dip it in the on the broth, and it's pretty good. And for some reason, I was looking at the freaking tostada, and I break it, and a piece of tostada jumps into my eye.
Oh no!
And now I've been like, that's why all the freaking show my eye was twitching like crazy, because I have a piece of tostada in my eye. I watched it with water. I've been looking for some drops. Maybe drops will help, but there's still a piece of tostada from that pozole I was eating. And
oh man!
And the thing with pozole is that you always have to put chili on the pozole, because it's not always spicy enough. So you always put chili flakes on the pozole. So my fingers were
with
with chili powder.
I'm pretty sure it's a passage. Pretty sure it's a passage in the Mexican Bible that says pull the tostada out of your own eye before worrying about the tortilla in your neighbors.
And the freaking chili powder, and I just reflex, the first reflex that I had was just rubbing my eye, and now my eye was burning fire.
Did I
It was
tell
cool,
you
yeah, yeah.
about the chili eating contest I had with another gringo in Mexico?
No, there's chili in Mexico. There's chili. Ah, chile.
Chile, yeah, Chile.
Like picante, you know,
No, but
like
yeah, so
spicy.
we so yeah,
Oh yeah.
there's I was raised in New Mexico, so I had already I was a spice boy, okay?
Oh, yeah.
I like to say I was breastfed hot sauce, okay? So I was already accustomed to eating spicy, and there was this other gringo down there with me who was trying to be who was trying to talk smack and challenged me at a to a chili eating contest. And so we had a bowl of habaneros,
Yeah.
and I crushed his soul. We started. I do one, and he'd do one, and I do one, and he'd do one, and after about four, I grabbed three, and he's like, "Okay," like
Well,
he
did they
was
have
just
lemon at least, or they
no,
were just
no.
raw?
We were doing it
Like
straight. We were doing it
Yeah.
Jesus,
straight.
that's
And so
freaking.
like I just bodied the guy, right? But we were at someone's house, and after the competition, after just crushing this little gringo, um, I went to the bathroom and
And-
the oils stay on your fingers for a long time. And I touched my willy, and immediately, it's
my God.
instantaneous. Oh shoot!
Mhm. There's like 5 seconds. Yeah, you just put it away. You know, you put it back in the lock, and you start feeling the burning sensation. And I
No,
don't
but I'd
know.
already, I had to go really bad, so I'd already, coated it, and
Yeah.
so it was pretty spicy. But my one victory out of that is that I didn't say anything to the other guy, and he went to the bathroom after me. And meanwhile, I'm just like fanning myself down there, and I see him come out of the bathroom, and we locked eyes, and he goes, and I'm like, and I just go, and we walked out there like cowboys. We walked back to our house. Yeah, that stung for a good couple hours. But
Yeah, been there, done that. Yeah, every Mexican has experienced that. You know, eating some habaneros, having to touch your willy, and it burned to death.
Yeah,
You
no,
know.
habaneros was where I kind of hit my limit. I had one. It was a really itty bitty orange one, like about the size of my pinky nail there. Took a bite of it, and oh boy, I got that's the only time I've gotten hiccups from something too spicy. Like
Oh
that's
yeah,
spicy.
that's
It
that.
it
Yeah.
got me bad. By the way, David, I don't know if you were talking to us, but you were muted. So, but
Oh,
yeah,
yeah.
I mean,
Oh.
I can handle jalapenos, serranos. I remember one time so I grew up. My dad served in Mexico as a missionary, and I grew up with they had like the pickled jalapenos and this, that, and the other. So I mean, it was.
I think a habanero is worse, but that doesn't sound pleasant.
Yeah, no, that doesn't. Sound
So
like
the
a good
problem
idea.
is that the habanero oil is going to
Oil,
stay longer.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it lingers.
I imagine it would. That's not pleasant though.
But so anyway, yeah, grew up with my dad having jalapenos all around the house. So I mean, jalapenos aren't all that hot anyway. But like, I've got that's hot for most gringos, right? Like for most güeros, that's pretty hot. So I was like, okay, I'm already accustomed to that level. I remember as a kid, I had a friend of mine. I was at scout camp and came around with a serrano, and he was like, oh, try this, and I'm like, okay, I know you're trying to mess with us and pretend like it's not spicy or whatever. So I'm like, all right, whatever though, and I take a bite, and I'm like, oh, actually, it's not that, and then it hit because it was a lot more delayed than what
That's
I
the
was
thing
used
with
to.
the serrano. Yeah,
Mhm.
it takes like a few seconds to hit.
But
Yeah, but
when I was out on my
you
mission, I had no
crazy
problems
gringo.
until I
You're
tried that
crazy.
little habanero, and boy, that one. Whew.
No, you crazy güeritos. You use chili the wrong way. You gotta cook it. It's so delicious when you caramelize the chili, and
Well-
you take out the seeds. Obviously, you don't need the seeds. You take out the seeds. You slice it in a very thin, in small pieces, and then you just stir fry it, caramelize it, and it's freaking amazing.
Well,
And
that's the
that's
other thing
it.
too. Is a lot of güeros will like a lot of the gringos. They're going for just the spice, just for the spice, and like they don't go for the flavor that's
Yeah.
involved with it. So yeah, you got to
Yeah,
get
that's
something
why.
that you can still taste
Yeah,
the flavor behind there. You know,
that's why it's
Yeah.
really
Like you're saying.
weird. In Mexico,
up.
it's really weird. Well, we do eat full chili,
Mhm.
but it's for us. It's just like salsa. You just make some salsa with it, and
I
it's
gotta-
way better. Yeah.
I gotta
Exactly.
say,
Yeah.
the poblano chilies are, I think, some of the best ones.
Oh yeah,
Mm.
yeah. I live in
It's got
Puebla, so
such a good,
that's
got
where
such
the
a good,
poblano
such a good
chili is.
flavor.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, that's where the poblano chili is. I actually, yeah, that's like the biggest, you know, biggest thing in Puebla is when the season is of chile poblanos. You eat the, what is it called?
I planted 3 of them in my garden, so
They're not.
Yes.
They do not come all year. You know, they have their season.
one of my
Yep.
one of my favorite things to do is to just roast a poblano chili just on an open flame, and then just throw down some like queso fresco on a hot
Mhm.
pan, and then the chili on top, and then just scoop it up with a tortilla and just eat it.
That's
Yeah.
what we call in here in Puebla is a la poblana. Everything you do like that, where you put chile poblano in like strips, and you put either cream or cheese on it, is a la poblana. Is yeah, is
Good stuff. Anyway,
yeah.
okay. There's more news stories, but I'll try and cover them with shorts. I took the week off because I had dental work done. I got fake teeth right now.
Fun.
They're
Couldn't even
plastic.
tell.
They're beautiful.
I knew, but
I was
can't
I was
tell.
in pain. I've been in pain all week, and I'm like, I'm taking the week off. So I'll try and cover those in shorts, and let's leave you guys with some memes. This one's about the writers' strike, which is pretty funny. Because immediately after the writers' strike happened, all the late night shows said they were canceling. So that's great. I love it. Unions are gay. Wait, Jimmy Kimmel's quitting? Oh no, they're based. Fun. And then we've got. Oh no, that's not the right one. Dune Part 2 will be split into Dune Part 2 Part 1 and Dune Part 2.
No way, that's for real. It's debuting.
No, it's not discussing film. It's debussing film. I've been tricked a couple times by these guys. They're really funny though.
That's good.
I need one more film if I am to Dune as much and as hard as I would like to. I am so pumped for Dune Part 2, guys.
I'm excited.
Oh,
for
baby.
Hell yeah.
Why not hear me out? Just make it Part 3. Yeah, no, he fell for it. He fell for it. And then we got one more. This one's good. Brandon Sanderson crosses the picket line and writes 116 seasons of Prestige.
Yes. Oh, I love it.
And he did it.
That's
He's
so
going to
good.
do it in like 3 months.
Yep.
Then
No,
the
he's done
onion
it
is still
since the
good.
writer's strike happened.
And it's going to be the best TV you've ever seen.
The onion's still good. Like they're trying to compete with the bumblebee. The bumblebee. What's it
Babylon
called?
Bee.
The Babylon Bee.
Babylon Bee. Yeah, the bumblebee.
Yeah,
No,
we
that's
featured them several times on the show.
yeah.
Yeah, that's
Indeed.
the first good Onion article I've seen in a long time.
Yeah.
They
Yeah,
got
that's
super
right.
woke, they got super woke. People stopped reading them, and then the Babylon
They
Bee
got
popped
woke.
up and just knocked
They
them
were
out apart.
super based in the beginning. Were with
Yeah.
the YouTube shorts that they had, and not shorts, but the YouTube videos that they had, and then they
Yep.
became uber woke.
Yeah, they were fun in the early 2000s or whatever.
Get
I wanna
woke,
say.
go broke. But yeah, let's call the discussion there. And
Alrighty.
next week, if we don't have more guests, we'll do everyone else's top 5 movies.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we started off with mine, so you guys can do yours. If you guys want to do some work, you get some homework to do. Pick your
Sure.
top 5 movies.
I need to because
That's gonna be tough.
I never it's hard for me to decide about favorite because I have like favorite movies for different things. My favorite
Different
bad
genres,
movies
yeah.
and my favorite best good movies. That's
Yeah,
my
exactly.
categories.
See, I have the opposite problem though, because I'm too positive on everything, so I have a hard time settling in on this is my favorite.
There's a lot of good movies out there, but
Yeah, I made a big list of like some retro movies to recommend that back in the day when movies were good. So anyway, I'm tired. We've been doing this for
me
4
too.
hours.
I have a
4 hours.
tostada in
I
my
think this is
eyes,
a
so I
record
don't know
for
what
sure.
the fuck I'm going to do with that.
Yep.
So, any last words
I feel like
before
you
we
need to
say
line up
goodnight?
the tostada in your
I
eye.
wish everyone a good well.
How do I take a tostada from my eye? I'm probably going to get
Well,
some sleep.
if you soak it in broth, it'll it'll soften
soak it
a little bit.
Yo.
Make sure you put
Then you can just slurp
chili
it
flakes
out.
on there too.
The chili flakes help.
Yeah.
Crying, yeah.
Yeah.
Just
The
cry it out.
Cry it out.
Yeah.
Gonna sleep it
All
out.
right.
I hope I don't. Yeah, if you see me with a with a
Eye
patch
patch.
with the eye patch next week,
All
I
right.
didn't survive the
I
tostada.
wish you the best, Mixa.
Thank you. See
I
you
love
guys next week.
I love you guys. See you
Love you
next
guys.
week. Thanks to our wonderful channel member Mark Clark. And sorry that you had to hear us talk about politics for so long. I will eventually watch Picard season 3. Maybe I'll watch it this week. I don't know. We'll see you. See you around. Bye.
Bye.
And now it is time to say goodbye.
We had a great conversation.
It's been fun. But all good things must come to an end, and the goodest ending I can think of is
Right now, this moment, this night.
So I guess we just say goodbye.
So, goodbye.
Toodaloo. Au revoir. Auf Wiedersehen. Ciao. Ding dao day. But come back next week for more outrageous bloopers.
this is the end.
Well, there's only one thing left to do.
I'm gonna go home and sleep with my wife.